We'll resume day 6 of the Stream 7 hearing. Mr Neeson and the representatives of Harbour Trust and the Guardians of Tahanui Inlet. Just pull up a pew and next to one of these microphones, and I think that they gave us thumbs up.
Right.
So, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. So I'm Mark Neeson, and I represent about 11 neighbours who live in the St Ives Padstow Place area in Camborne. So the submission that I put in was really on behalf of other people as well as myself. I'm also a trustee on the Porirua Harbour Trust, and my colleague Lindsay's trustee, and I'll sit with him when there's that part topic. So mine will be fairly brief, Mr. Chairman. I'm actually here to speak in support of the report that Mr. Smeaton did on the open space, and his recommendation to you that you accept his recommendation that there be a change in the district plan in respect of the reserve at the top of St Ives. Now, I'm making this, coming along really to make the point that this is a pretty important piece of land for the local community. The reason for this has been traversed with the council over quite a few years, probably going into maybe 7 or 8 now. But there is a parallel process going on as well under the Reserves Act, and it's pretty important so we don't end up with a legal mess, a procedural mess after this, that the recommendation from Mr. Smeaton be accepted by the panel. If it not, then we end up with a possible disconnect between the planning, the zone, and a potential change of purpose under the Reserves Act.
Mr Neeson, can I cut to the chase? I think you're pushing at an open door here. Your submission made logical sense. Mr Smeaton agrees with you. As far as where no one's opposing you.
Yeah, I think that the reason for my being here is that some of the reason for the mess was there was an assumption that the Minister of this is going back to the council, would agree to revoke the reservation over the reserve. The Minister didn't. There was an assumption made. So I'm really here to not fall into the same trap and to make sure that you actually hear our submission. I don't want to assume that you would actually support that recommendation.
Well, I think we can't say that we support it because we haven't deliberated.
Exactly.
But you're in good shape.
Thank you. That's my bit done. And I now yield to Mr. Gow.
Hi, I'm Lindsay Gow. I'm a Harbour Trust member and also the chair of the Guardians of Tahanui Inlet. So we have a joint submission on Variation 1 and Plan Change 19. The key issue I'm just really here to amplify is called stormwater. We're worried that the intensification is going to lead to more hard surfaces and in turn to more runoff into the harbour. And the things that run off now, sediment, contaminants, pollution's a wider term for the same things, are in quantities that are far in excess of what the harbour itself and its ecosystem can tolerate. This is a big issue. Mana Whenua have raised this as well, and the quality of the harbour, its receiving environment, its Maori have to be improved. So this plan has in it ingredients that can at least mitigate, hopefully, some of those problems. We think Porirua City's done a fairly good job, given the government's requirements to put this higher density without any mandated off-street car parking in its plan, and we certainly wouldn't want to see the higher density ends of that, as proposed by Kainga Ora, increased. Even so, putting 3-storey houses on the back of or in place of properties must come with further runoff. More than that, you're going to have car parking, concrete driveways, and so on. So we would urge, Mr. Chair, the panel to do whatever it can to put provisions in the plan to limit what is going to be a major problem with stormwater runoff. And the best way to do that, and the Parliamentary Commission has produced a report recently, there's a lot of discussion going on about this. Of course, we've got the regrettable East Coast problems too, is to have more green space around buildings. Now, the government said you've got to have 50% for these medium density buildings, as I understand it. We certainly don't want to see that increased. We'd like to see that 50%, most of it preferably, not just in grass and certainly not in concrete, but in vegetation that can absorb the runoff. With that comes the council's proposals, again laudable to have water-sensitive urban design. That's critical to be applied to these things. But we're worried about the pepper pot nature of all this. You know, you can't design stuff well if it just happens randomly all over the place. And that's a big risk, we think, that this provision raises. I'll finish there. If you've got any questions, I'll try and answer them.
That I'm reading your submission or your presentation piece that you filed, Mr. Gow. The suggestion is for high density site coverage of no more than 75% be produced and require landscaping as much of the remaining 25% as possible. Likewise, medium density landscape should be 40%. The issue I foresee is, as you say, that for the MDRS mandatory 50% coverage decreed, and that if a 40% requirement, the difference between them, the remaining 10% isn't going to be enough for hard stand that people will want and need if they actually have on-site car parking. Obviously, again, due to the government's decree, we can't require on-site car parking, but it's foreseeable that people are going to want it. So, can you, I understand where you're coming from, but you said that in your submission you sought 30% and you've upped that to 40%. Is 30% more realistic?
Well, we're trying for as much as we can, and I think, Mr. Chair and panel members, it's over to you to decide what is realistic. My position is we just want as much as possible. With that, and it's how you juggle these things, but we would want to see any off-street car parking with permeable surfacing, which at least helps a little bit, and that would be a requirement. Obviously, footpaths and other things would have to be whatever the residents chose. And then there's the whole question, which is a wider one, of on-site stormwater treatment and disposal coming off these hard surfaces. Again, we'd like to see provisions for retention tanks, and as things evolve, we'd want to see water-sensitive urban design. But that's very difficult to do when you've got scattershot development.
Yes, we were discussing Kaingora last night, the potential for sporadic development, and they gave us the cheery news that it's a transition that'll take several decades.
Yeah. It will, if it happens in quite the way. I mean, there's other issues about where all the people are going to come from and so on and so forth. In my many years in the planning business, I've never seen a projection that was ever remotely realised as accurate. Life and economies and societies have a strange habit of doing the opposite.
Any other questions, Commissioners?
Mr. Garrett, you came and presented at an earlier hearing stream when we were doing the Three Waters chapter and that sort of thing. Now that you've got the variation and before us, is there anything in terms of further that you might add to what you put in last time in terms of ensuring that part of it regarding infrastructure, stormwater, wastewater, that needed to be strengthened or further addressed?
Well, the issue now is the requirement by the government to put in, or at least to allow for higher densities everywhere. That makes quite a difference to what we started with. And let me say, the Porirua Cities plan has a lot of good ingredients in it. It looks for water neutrality. It wants to emphasise water-sensitive urban design. So all of those ingredients are laudable and need to be emphasised and underlined, and whatever you can do to embed them is really, really important. But we have an ecology in the harbour that's going to die. Well, it's already suffering if we have too much stormwater laden with contaminants. Goodness knows what's going to happen with on-street car parking, which is already a problem. And I can't see that walking and cycling and public transport's going to take everything over in the next 10 to 15 years. So that's a big issue that you have to deal with. And I think this government requirement that you're now considering exacerbates the issues that we've already raised.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Gower. Always good to see you.
Thank you.
I just, stepping back a bit, I just wonder whether some of the provisions in the plan dealing with Three Waters and the concept of water neutrality are destined to fail as a result of these intensification provisions. I mean, I'm aware of multi-unit developments lodged last year with councils that just can't achieve water neutrality, and that's not even pushing the envelope that far in terms of density. It's certainly nowhere near the 3x3 or the 6-storey development. So
that's our worry. I mean, you've just put your finger on the very core of this issue, that it's going to be very difficult to do it.
Yes.
I mean, we argued in the submission originally for water positivity, which was rejected by the Section 42 analysis, but that idea was to have less water coming off a site than you started with. Okay, we've backed off to water neutrality, which at least is you don't have any more. But as you rightly say, how to achieve that is going to be difficult.
Yes.
I heard on the radio yesterday from an urban design person on the national program that what's proposed in Auckland in this case, but everywhere, will lead to potentially 20 times more runoff than was there before. Now, if that's right, we have a grade A problem, don't we?
I mean, you suggested on-street car parking could, off-street car parking could play a role where if there was permeable surfacing, but the reality is there'll be very little on off-street car parking.
Well, if it's not mandated, yeah.
Yes, it's possibly going to be an additional unit now or two.
Yeah, and if it's on street, well, all the contaminants we know from vehicles, oil, zinc, rubber
Yeah. Is there a role? Are there solutions outside the district plan that can play I mean, does the code of practice on subdivision play a role, for example? Are there other instruments that you're aware of?
Well, yes, under the Local Government Act, there's a lot that can be done. I mean, the critical thing with this stuff is, notwithstanding what you put in the plan, and you will be well aware of this, monitoring and enforcement. If that doesn't happen, then it's all just a set of words. And unfortunately, we don't see that end of it looking very effective. I've been involved in Transmission Gully. The monitoring and enforcement on that project was utterly abysmal. I mean, we've had thousands of tonnes of sediment came off that, probably well over 400 exceedances, one prosecution, you know? So, and development, as you'd well understand, is the worst part of this game. It's when sites are dug into and sediment gets loose. And it's very hard, I know, to monitor that. So all you can do is put whatever seems reasonable and prudent in your recommendations, knowing full well that the monitoring and enforcement of that's not within your purview, of course, but it's critical. I mean, no doubt you'll say that is the case, but...
Yeah. Okay, thank you for that discussion.
Nothing further from me, Mr. Gow, just other than to say we hear you and share your concerns.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you both.
Kia ora.
All right. Next, we have Porirua Bay Holdings. Mary?
Good morning. Simon Barber is my name. I'm a director of Porirua Holdings Limited. We are the owner of what's known as the Muri Block, which is 34 Muri Road. I'm also a director of Barber Commercial Limited. Barber Commercial is a 50% shareholder in Porirua Holdings Limited. Barber Commercial owns the franchise Jenny and Homes Wellington Limited, so we're in the housing space. The other 50% shareholders of Porirua Holdings are also the national franchisors of Jenny and Homes on a New Zealand basis. I am talking this morning in support of the original submission, OS 27.1 and 27.2. For a bit of background, I grew up in Porirua Bay. These hills have a special meaning to me. I'm excited to be able to share this location with the whole of the community. My early connection with the site started when I was 5 years old. Our family moved to Grey Street in Porirua Bay. I camped by the streams and I picked mushrooms on this property 45 years ago, well before there were pine trees everywhere. My parents are still neighbours to this site 47 years later. Porirua Holdings Limited purchased this site off the direct descendants who were farming the leased land in Porirua Bay in the 1850s, when they sent their wool south from the Porirua Bay beach to Karihana Bay on canoes, because there was no road and there was no railway through Porirua Bay at that time. The Porirua City Council led plan change in the Memorandum of Understanding. This whole process has obviously been led by Porirua City Council, and it's out of a need to meet the demand for the National Policy Statement on Urban Development Capacity. Porirua City Council were okay for numbers for the next 3 years, but not to meet the projected 9 to 10,500 houses needed in the next 30 years. The memorandum of understanding was signed. We had good collaboration with our neighbours to the south, the Porirua Property Group, and a very good working relationship with the Porirua City Council and PPG. Stuart McKenzie, who was the GM of planning at Porirua City Council, did some very good work early on in bringing us all together, but he's recently changed roles. This site has immense cultural importance, and we have had numerous iwi engagement to further our work on these sites. We've had several hui with Ngāti Toa, both on this plan change and also on our stage 1 resource consent in our zoned residential area, which is going through Porirua City Council at the moment. The cultural impact assessment that was written by Robert McLean and Paula Collins is a major asset to our intended approach to development of the site. I'm not sure whether that's made it through to the papers, the cultural assessment, but it's a key document that we are working with. Our vision for this site, this site is the closest, it's 250 metres from the Porirua Bay train station. It is the closest site in the entire Northern Growth area to a railway station. That was what piqued our interest originally, and we see that as a key to the sustainability of this site. I've put a little map in, I've just snipped it out of a page in the submission there to give you a bit of context, because I see that in kind of recent submissions we've been talking a lot about the site, but this might give you a bit of context. Our site is the one circled in green on the map I've given you, so at the northern end of our combined area with Porirua Property Group. You can see with the index I've put down the bottom there, the large majority of our site is in natives, SNAs, and Queen Elizabeth II covenanted areas. So I know there's been a lot of talk about density and development and what have you. When I actually look at that site, the other thing there as well is I've hatched an area in blue, which is the steep area at the back of the site, and I think there's been a lot of confusion to date about the topography of the site. Yes, there are steep areas, but by no means do we want to develop many of those steep areas. So the areas towards the back, which I think has been confused with where we want to put houses. So at the moment, that area hatched in blue is covered in pine trees. Those trees are between 27 and 32 years old. They need to come down. It is uneconomic to take them out of there. The other area just to the north of that area in blue, the big square or the big rectangle hatched in red, is a 50 hectare native bush. So what we propose is to take the pine trees out in blue and extend the native bush into that blue area. So that's our plan for the steep parts of the site. So I think there's been some discussion in the previous days about, why would any developer want to go into those areas of the site? Well, we don't. I think it's probably just needs clarification on that point. So then when we look at the area, I guess in black, that's the future housing area, which is down on the flatter parts of the site or the more moderate slopes. And when I look at that, we only plan to develop 40% of our site, so 60% stays in green space, enhanced native covenanted areas. I say enhanced because at the moment a lot of these areas are just fenced off and basically left to fend for themselves. They will actually appreciate a bit of care and attention when they're opened up to the community. Also, you can see pretty quick off that plan there that the opportunities that are going to come to promote walking, cycling, and connections from north to south through that area. I know you've seen in the structure plan. I know the structure plan is a stick diagram, but you can see where these wetlands and SNAs are going to enhance the area. You also talked with the Grey Street Residents Association or Grey Street residents recently, and there was they're doing some very good work about planting on their boundaries, and also there was a query about a kind of a throughway for an ecological pathway, which we support, and also in line with that, there's actually a paper road owned by council. I think it was termed as a council reserve, but it's actually an historic road from the 1800s, which runs between our site and between Grey Street, and we see that as being enhanced in conjunction with council for walking and cycling access between the train station coming south into our joined property. A lot of that information is in the cultural impact assessment that Ngāti Toa have done. Community engagement. So we've had an early engagement with the Porirua Bay Residents Association, had a lot to do with Ian McLean as we worked through the process. We have walked the site, we've encouraged their members to walk the site as well, and to see the ecology that has actually been locked away from previous generations, and with some responsible development, how it can be opened up. And we've been very keen to hear their viewpoints. I've actually learnt quite a bit of history. I thought I knew a reasonable amount living in Porirua Bay for a period of time, but it's great to hear the views of the community. The question has come up during discussion is, why has the residential zoning pushed east? The residential zoning is pushed east because we need to get the housing against that native block. So we've got a 50 hectare native block in that northeastern corner of the site. If we stop the development down where the SNA that runs north-south through our block, then we're going to be no better off in releasing that significant native bush for the community. So we need to open that up. Now, I think there was a confusion of how far east we are going, and hopefully I've clarified that by the diagram there to show the pine trees on that steep hill. We don't plan to go that far. The Porirua City Council Parks and Reserves team on a site visit commented on what a significant ecological asset this bush was for Porirua, with tree species here that are rare and stunning examples in their natural state. I'm going to talk about the density, the different typologies and the development timeframe to give a bit of context around that. So as the previous maps showed, we are keeping the ecology of the site intact. There's minimal earthworks on this block. Part of the thing that attracted me to the site was the natural contours are all there. We don't need to shift mountains of earth, and we can keep the ecology in its natural state. So we tend to simply enhance it and share it with the public. I'm not sure that medium density is the right term in this setting. Barber Commercial did the first medium density development in Porirua probably 5 years ago in Whitby, and we were instrumental in formulating some of the early plans with Porirua City. When we did that development, we were getting 23 dwellings per hectare. When I do the numbers on this site, we've got 128 hectares. We're looking somewhere between 500 and 600 dwellings on our block. I can't speak for our southern neighbours. So that is more like 5 dwellings per hectare. Now, I know you're going to say, hey, look, you've got a lot of green space. So even if we take that green space out of the equation, we might get to 12 dwellings per hectare. So my understanding, there's plenty of debate about medium density, but medium density kind of really kicks in at 25 dwelling units per hectare. So I think we're looking for a bit of a compromise model. Yes, we want a bit of density close to the train station, but we don't see we as developers of the Muri block, we don't see us going beyond the density that we've indicated on that site, which I think is actually, with our ecological assets in there, it's actually a lot less dense than other areas in Porirua City. There's also been talk there as well about slopes. I think there's a bit of a fear of slopes. We live in Wellington. We work on slopes. I'm building on 2 developments in Whitby at the moment, which is steeper than the topography on our block at the moment. So I think There's nothing to be scared of there. With the right planning and the right controls and the right monitoring, it's something to be embraced. So that's two current developments that we're doing in Whitby at the moment. Be happy to share the details of that. But also, if you look closer towards the harbour and you look at suburbs like Parramatta, Camborne, Plimmerton, they are all steeper in topography than the site we are talking about here. So I think what we're trying here is not it's not groundbreaking. It's not out of the box. It's actually quite achievable from a sustainable development point of view. This development will probably evolve over a 20-year time frame. So we needn't be concerned that we're going to get a lot of impacts in 3 years' time, because it doesn't work that way. Who's to say what the demands of the prospective purchasers will be in 15 and 20 years of time? So we need the right planning controls, we need the right parameters, we need a bit of flexibility to work within the demands of what our future clients are going to need. But they're going to fluctuate, so we just need the rules in place to allow for a variation of typologies. So in conclusion, we want to share the natural features of the site that have been locked away for over 150 years. We want to share them with our community. We look forward to working with Porirua City Council and Porirua Property Group to realise the potential of our joint approach and provide a stunning addition to the lifestyle that enhances Porirua. I'm very happy to take questions.
Thank you, Mr. Barber. Just one question from me. I'm just looking at your figure 2 and comparing it with the structure plan. And the structure plan has, well, it appears to have rural lifestyle zoning in the area you've identified as pine trees reverting to native. Like I was trying to figure out where the boundaries lay.
Yep. So if you've seen the site, that is quite steep topography, so you wouldn't get rural lifestyle on that.
So from your point of view, if it was owned that, you wouldn't be using that, and there's a question about whether even rural lifestyle is appropriate on that land.
No, because I'm only talking about half of that structure plan, you see, so our land is in the...
Like I'm not saying, I understand, you're not speaking for your neighbours to the south. They'll paddle their own waka.
Yep.
And but as far as you're concerned, the land that's rural lifestyle on your block is not usable for that purpose.
Correct. But I think the question became where the yellow area in the structure plan was pushed beyond the future urban zone. So where you've got the road running north-south along that ridgeline, I guess I'm saying that yes, we need that against that native reserve, but we don't need it down where where the Kakaho stream is further down in the bottom of that valley there. You simply can't access it.
And again, lining the two plans up is the idea that access, north-south access road is going to be hard up against, or close to the margins of that SNA and Pine.
Correct. One block of houses away, yeah. Or actually touching at one point, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Barber. I've asked my colleagues if there's any questions.
Mr. Barber, thank you for your presentation and your map there, which gave us a bit more information. Why would you like to push your residential up against the 50-hectare block? Can you explain what you anticipate to happen there?
If that corner of the site was left in rural lifestyle, it wouldn't have. That would probably be off a semi-private driveway with maybe 5 or 6 houses off it. So that native would be locked almost within private dwellings. So by getting roading up there and getting access along that point, it makes sense to open up that. It's a big block of bush.
So, sorry, what you're saying is you'd like to have public access into that block?
Correct. Yeah. Public access. Some car parking maybe.
And just to go back, because we had a look at Murray Road yesterday, and I wonder if you could just tell us a bit more about how you anticipate the access from your block to Murray Road in terms of access to the railway station.
So there's quite a direct access, obviously, off the front of our block down there. It's the front of our site is 250 metres from the railway station. Yes, Murray Road is a bit narrow at the moment, but the plan would be to widen that. Those main access ways, both cycling and walking north-south, both end up between the railway station and our site. It's the low point on Murray Road, so we want to feed our pedestrian access and our cycle access into that point.
I think the information perhaps we don't have is your stage one. The structure plan obviously doesn't show the Murray Road stage one, but you own that land, so what we don't have is a plan that shows that connection effectively, that you own you own the block of land that accesses directly onto Murray Road. Is that right?
Yes, on the structure plan, there's 3 stars there. So I guess it's the southern star on the edge of that rectangle there. So that joins into our stage one. As was also discussed, once the site is joined through with ourselves and Porirua Property Group, the main vehicle access will be off State Highway 59. That's the plan, and it's obviously a benefit for our site with walking and cycling and car access for being closer to Porirua Base Station.
Well, thank you. And we had the Grey Street residents submitting to us yesterday, and they provided us with a plan that I think the council reserve land that effectively runs behind the Grey Street properties. Is that right? What you say is a paper road.
Correct. So that's covered quite well in this cultural impact report, and I think there's the request that the council return that land to iwi. But I think there's some good uses for that land from a connection point of view.
I mean, the residents currently are restoring it and planting it in natives with the support of PCC.
Yep.
But you were talking about perhaps creating some shared path access through there?
Yeah, it's on the edge of a wetland, so I see it as being a stunning walkway into the middle of our 2 sites.
Thank you. And finally, and I don't know if you're aware of it, but the residents did talk about a small slice of land that's a squiggle of land, effectively, that's left between a wetland and one of the ecological connections. Do you know anything about that?
Yeah, because we actually did the development next door as well. So where all those people were living, we built all those houses and developed it. So yes, I'm aware of that. I think there's it's probably just a planning thing and how that land gets set aside. I can't see a house sitting on it, but we'd need to see some more detail on that.
Yeah,
I mean, I understand that it's stuck on an island.
Yes,
It might be in somebody's backyard. It might be a reserve. But yeah.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Can we take you up on your offer to provide us with a copy of the CBA so we could have a look at it?
Yep.
If you just leave it with our admin team,
Sure.
they'll copy it for us.
Excellent.
Can I also, just ask for a copy of the Stage 1 Murray Road, if
sure.
that's possible, because I think it would add to our information. Thank you.
Kia ora, Mr. Barber. Tēnā koe ngā mihi nui ki a koe I tēnei ata. Thanks very much for your submission. I found it really illuminating in getting a better understanding of the potential of the site, which is quite hard to discern from the main road, and even driving through there and walking around a little bit. It's hard to imagine development in some of those areas as you described. But I was really interested in the way in which, in your approach to developing the area and in terms of wanting to share the natural features of the site with the community and working in close conjunction with mana whenua. So I was going to ask for a copy of the cultural impact assessment, but we've already done that. But in terms of that assessment, are there any particular cultural values that were identified that have been incorporated or are intended to be incorporated into the design and development of the site?
There are on the block, maybe not particularly in our site, but then it's we want to work closer to kind of flesh out those opportunities. I mean, there's obviously monitoring and excavation and what have you, but there's nothing. The standout sites are further south of our block.
Okay, thank you.
Right.
Any more for any more, team? Thank you very much, Mr. Barber and your colleague.
Excellent. Two of us.
So the Porirua Bay Residents Association. Mate, choose a seat with microphone and push the button and you're away laughing.
Kia ora koutou, Koe McLean, tōku ingoa. I'm the Deputy Chair of the Porirua Bay Residents Association.
Oh, kia ora, I'm Moira Lawler, I'm the Secretary of the Residents Association. Kia ora.
So we'd like to thank the PCC planners about the way they've engaged with us so far, with Tori and his team. They've done a great job. They came out, we had a really good workshop last year going through the structure plan. We had a whole bunch of people there and quite a lot of things that people suggested actually ended up being included in there. So we were pretty pleased about that to do with connection and particularly freshwater protection. And as Simon said, we've talked to them. He showed us around. I've taken a couple of groups of people around the site. There's some really stunning stuff in there. Honestly, if you get a chance to go in there, the bush up the back's great. There's a wonderful little pond right in the middle, an artificial pond that's all sort of surrounded with bits of bush coming into it. You know, it's really nice. You know, it could be a nice place to live. I just wanted to make a comment about the paper road. We talked about that before with Simon, and we were going to sort of suggest it, but in conversation with the Grey Street residents, they pointed out it's actually very steep on there, and when you get along to the very road end, basically it's kind of like this, and it goes in there, so it'll be extremely hard to build anything in there. So we wanted to address two main issues today. One of them was about the climate change response principles in the district plan, and the other one was Kāinga Ora's proposal for a high-density residential zone in Porirua Bay. So our Residents Association has been around in some form since 1926, and under our constitution, one of our objects is to protect and promote residential, social, recreational, educational and environmental amenities of Porirua Bay for the benefit of residents and visitors. And one of the most important bits of work that we do is developing and maintaining our village plan. We were one of the first groups to do one, and last year we signed off our third. So we strongly support the concept of village planning for that. So during the development of it, we held workshops and a focus group and a survey, and we asked people about housing and development and climate change. And themes on housing for our consultation were residents identified the biggest issues as availability and affordability, or the lack of them. There's some support for infill housing and intensification, strong opposition to urban sprawl and the opposite of high-rise buildings, and they want good eco-friendly design. So we're not anti-development, but we don't want continued dominance of the traditional 3 and 4 bedroom family homes on their own sort of section. Needs to be more sort of variety in there. And there are a number of themes on climate change, but the most relevant to this is to ensure climate change is factored into all our thinking and decision making. So if we bear in mind the sort of shortcomings of consultation, we think we've got a good sense of what's important there. So when we made our original submission on the district plan variation, we proposed that there was a specific section in the introductory principles to address climate change and community resilience. Now, we know climate change is one of the most significant issues facing the world right now, and housing, transport and infrastructure are key elements in responding to it and preparing for it getting worse. So PCC has a climate change strategy in our community, which Moira is one of the conveners of, a very active climate change group that's energising local action in Porirua Bay. And Moira's going to tell us a little bit about what we've found and what we're doing in that.
Yes, just to give you a little bit of background, consistently in our village planning process, as Ian says, people have talked about our natural environment as a unique factor in Porirua Bay and something that people are very keen to protect. Having said that, like many communities during COVID, we've seen quite a significant loss of large trees, and I know that tree protection is a concern also for council. The quality of our streams is critical to our residents, and I might just say that I would be concerned about how Muri Road could be widened at its lowest point without culverting quite a pretty natural stream that runs along the bottom of Muri Road. That would be a concern for us. The lack of infrastructure, of course, I know that Council's really aware of this, but the leaks in Porirua Bay and the slips that have ensued as a result of that are a big concern to residents, not just because of the property concerns, but because of the impact on the ocean. Every time it rains now, Porirua Bay and the beaches along it are silted and unpleasant to swim in, and we can only guess what that means for the biodiversity of the ocean along what is we are trying to maintain as a protected marine environment. Lack of connectivity comes up again and again in Porirua Bay, and of course Transmission Gully has been a real benefit for our community. We are pleased about that, and we're pleased also at the walkway cycleway work that's happening in Porirua Bay and some of our roading interchanges. But we do note with connectivity it can be provided for in plans and even provided for in developments, but ensuring that it remains is an issue. Some of the St Mary's Estates pathways have been fenced and planted over, and so we have actually sought support from council to ensure that they're reopened to give public access, which is what it says on the plan, but not what it says when you walk around those communities. We are very keen to reduce carbon emissions for our community, and that means reduce traffic. And we note that the transport advice for this variation talks about public transport, buses and roading, and I guess our concern is to reduce the amount of traffic in Porirua Bay, not increase it. And so for us, walkways, cycleways, access to the train are critical. I guess overall, I mean, the top 6 areas in our current climate change workshops, we've had 3, and 6 areas are emerging from the community, well-connected and resilient communities, so that's often about response to climate change, healthy waterways and ocean, resilient infrastructure, renewable energy. Like there are conversations in Porirua Bay, certainly solar. The school has a conversation live about whether the school can go entirely solar, and the issue of a wind turbine has come up again in Porirua Bay. That's kind of circled around and around as a possibility. But reduced emissions is critical now in our community, and also protecting biodiversity. So from that, we have 3 climate change groups working at the moment, one based in the school working on education, one working on resilience and response issues, and a third working on a low-carbon future in Porirua Bay. And I guess all I would say in closing, in support for Ian's and the Residents Association request to have the climate change principle inserted in this variation is, we're aware, of course, of the LTP strategic priority of Council to proactively respond to the climate crisis. And I guess, I mean, if you heard the news today, the latest report to the UN, we have to ask ourselves what a proactive response is going to look like. We're aware that you're revising your climate change strategy. And I guess we would say that it is time for the climate change strategy and for land use planning to connect in a much more operational way. And so that's why our request has been made. Kia ora.
Thanks, Moira. The report that your planner Rory Smeaton made on various submissions recommended that you reject our proposal to include a climate change to make mitigation sort of explicit in the district plan on the grounds that it's already sufficiently addressed in the proposed district plan. So I had to go look through it, and the mentions of the climate change through the PDP seem to be solely in the context of hazards and infrastructure. It's also mentioned other plans, other documents, national and regional policy statements and plans, and so presumably the hope is that they will influence decisions at the district plan and resource consent level. So Rory's focus on infrastructure, and while it's important, there's other factors that have to be considered when you're thinking about climate change. For instance, vegetation cover and green spaces, right? They provide shade, shelter and flood mitigation. It's got amenity values, but climate mitigation values that need to be considered, and we're fortunate on this block there's a lot of vegetation. Building materials, how do they contribute to climate change through manufacture and use, and how can they affect urban environments by trapping heat or encouraging energy use by cooling and heating? How will waste be managed in these new communities? Will that contribute to climate change? So we might not have things like heat islands as a problem in Porirua at the moment, but in 20 or 30 years' time, they may well be, you know. So as we learn more about technologies and sort of design elements that mitigate climate change, authorities like councils will want to be able to require them to be incorporated into urban design. If we only focus on pipes and drains and not building houses next to the coast, we're going to lose the opportunity to actually implement new approaches to new problems. So we think the traditional hierarchy of influence is too weak in this situation. We think district plans, all of them and not just this one, should be explicit about how the impact climate change is going to have on our communities, and have a set of rules that don't allow us to create developments that build in the problems that we've actually got in current subdivisions, plus some new problems that we might have yet to experience. So we need to prepare for the future and not the present. So maybe this is not the conventional way of doing urban planning, but these are unprecedented times in modern human history. And it's an opportunity for cities like Porirua to grasp the nettle and be innovative. People will argue it's too prescriptive or too expensive, we can't afford it, but we can't afford not to do it. So our request is that you incorporate into the introductory principles one that specifically addresses climate change and community infrastructure, resilience, and not just focus on infrastructure. The resource condenser will be issued based on the wording of the district plan, and the closer you can get these requirements to the making of rules, then the stronger you can make them. So the second thing we wanted to talk about was high density residential zone. We want to reiterate our strong opposition to the submission that much of Porirua Bay be made into a high density residential zone. I don't think I've met anybody in the village who thinks that that's a good idea. Kaingoras seem to have taken a very cookie cutter approach to this. If they can find one criterion that satisfies them, that's kind of good enough for them. So there's a neighbourhood centre within a walkable catchment of a train station. So they got their compasses out and they drew an 800 metre radius circle around the train station and said that, oh, that's nearly all of Porirua Bay, so that should be high density residential. Unfortunately, the existing neighbourhood centre consists of a second-hand bookshop, a dairy and a hairdresser's. Porirua Bay is essentially a rural village. We're several kilometres from many essential services. An expanded neighbourhood centre would only serve the day-to-day needs of the community. Even with projected population growth, it's unlikely to, communities unlikely to support much than a small centre, and people would still have to leave the village to do things like supermarket shopping and going to the doctor or the pharmacy. So the submission from Nicholas Ray in support of Kaingora's proposal seems to take the approach that if they build enough high-density dwellings, then local businesses will appear to service the population. So that's the kind of wishful thinking that can result in a large population that is some distance from many services and inconvenienced by having to travel further to get to many of them. The school doesn't have room for a lot of extra students, and if it built onto the field, it would actually lose one of the green areas that would be essential for a higher population. So there's more to a well-functioning neighbourhood than a bigger shopping block. And although Kāinga Ora has proposed this, presumably for their benefit, it would leave the option open to commercial developers who wouldn't necessarily have the same social imperatives that Kāinga Ora has. As I said earlier, we're not anti-development, and there is support for medium-density housing, although it's not universally welcomed, but Pukeru Bay is a bad place for high-density residential zone. PCC agrees with us. Their Section 32 evaluation report and their Section 42A report have said that medium-density zone across the township is the most appropriate way to support the objectives of the National Policy Statement of Urban Design. To our request is, please reject Kāinga Ora's proposal to rezone any of Pukeru Bay as high-density residential. And the last little one is a little thing. It's about the Waimapihi stream rezoning. On the district plan map, there's when you select the bit that it looks at how we're sort of rezoning into residential, there's the large area that's on Simon's Block and the one next to it, and then there's this tiny little wee bit over by the train station, which is quite sort of mysterious. We don't know why it's there. It's actually part of an area known as Bell's Block, and it's in an SNA. It's also the course of the Waimapihi stream, and it's an area that locals have spent quite a lot of time over the years hauling out weeds and rubbish out of it. Apparently it's also got a QE2 open space covenant on it, and the area that's marked on the map seems to also include part of the train station car park. So at the moment, the Waimapihi stream comes out of the wetland between Simon's Block and Grey Road, goes underneath Berry Road in the culvert, then comes out of the culvert, goes through this little gully, then goes into another culvert under the train station, and then comes out in the secret valley, and then eventually out into the sea. So the idea that this basically a hole in the ground with a stream in it could be rezoned residential is just silly. You'd have to put it into a pipe and put tons and tons of fill in there before you could do anything. So we would like you to please remove that piece of land from the area that's being rezoned as residential in the district plan variation.
I wonder if we could put can we put the district plan maps up on the screen and make absolutely sure we understand where you're talking about?
I do actually print it out, which you can have a look at.
If you've got it printed
If you
out,
print it out, yes.
that would be ideal.
Address?
Yep. And I'll draw a circle around it.
Excellent.
It's,
Well, the circle
sticks
marks the
out.
spot.
Sticks out like a sore thumb. Yeah.
Okay, if you could leave your
Yep.
marked up copy with the hearing,
I'll leave
Mr.
that there for
I think
you.
we're okay.
Yep.
We're good.
Okay. Cool. That's it.
I had a question. Kāinga Ora didn't seem very sure what the population of Pukeru Bay was, and I wondered if you could tell us current population.
It's just a whisker over 2,000 people, I think.
800.
Yeah.
It's about 800 households.
Yeah.
I think the point about Kāinga Ora, like, of course, it's a bit of a red rag to the bull, isn't it? We have some residents concerned about social housing, but in my view, that's not really the issue. The issue is the ability for anyone to do high-intensity developments, and Pukeru Bay is a concern. The Kāinga Ora piece is kind of a red herring, really. The change would be a risk to us regardless of who the developer is.
People would still have to travel out of the village to get to most of the services that they would need, even if there were, I can't imagine they would ever get a pharmacy or a doctor's in Pukeru Bay or anything like that. Maybe a couple of extra shops, but it would still be pretty inconvenient for people.
Kāinga Ora say, well, they'll take the train. What's your view?
Well, a lot of us do take the train. We actually have very high, we did a survey quite a few years ago around sort of neighbourhood sort of connection that the NZTA funded for us, and we found that in fact we were quite a fair bit above the regional average for public train use. Yeah, that's absolutely true. 800 metres on there, it's just under sort of 10 minutes walk. It's about the sort of distance I walk every day to the train station, and yeah, I mean it's a kind of a reasonable distance if you were sort of elderly or infirm. and had three
But
little children
also-
next to you.
It is our understanding that the first development in the Barber block does have some more intensified development, does have some smaller housing, so it is meeting some of that need. The first 100 houses off Mulry Road is a more intensified development.
We're certainly getting more intensification in Porirua Bay. There's just up our street alone, I think there must have been about 5 sections where people have put built another house on the back of it, including us. We've both done it in different places. Built a small house in the front of the back of our section, and our children and their families live in the big old family home. So people are doing it. They're not we're not opposed to intensification, and that brownfield stuff is actually quite good for infill stuff because provided the infrastructure can cope, the costs are actually a lot lower, and the stuff that, I've seen some of the stuff that Simon and his company have done up around Waikanai. There's a village up there they've done some work on there, which is a combination of little terrace houses and smaller houses on sections, and they're all pretty close together, but it's very efficient use of land, and if you've got plenty of green space around, and there's certainly the opportunity for that in the Mary block, you could make them into actually very nice subdivisions. And in fact, I think the Mary block has the potential to be a very attractive subdivision, actually. So we're not opposed to the development at all. It's just 22-metre high buildings, and if it's under 6 stories, I believe you don't have to have a lift in it. So heaven help anybody who lives on the 6th floor and has to go up and down the stairs with their shopping and 2 little children.
Any questions, Commissioners?
Yes. Good morning. I feel obliged to ask this question. I suspect I know the answer, but the Kaingaroa presentation from yesterday afternoon and last evening is still fresh in my mind. Their thesis is very straightforward, that they say that there's national direction and legislative requirements for the council to provide for high density zoning in Porirua Bay, that's mandatory, that the only discretion, it's mandatory unless there's a qualifying matter to nuance it. They say there isn't a proven qualifying matter, and therefore that the only discretion that the council has is the extent or the spatial extent of that zone based on a walkable catchment, and that's their position. I put to them yesterday whether in exercising that discretion, whether a smaller walkable catchment might be more appropriate, and that's the test that we have to look at what's appropriate. Smaller than 400, smaller than 800 metres. Do you have any comments on? I acknowledge your opposition to the high density zoning, but do you have any comments on how effective or achievable a smaller walkable catchment to provide for 6 stories might be?
Council is between a rock and a hard place, but so are other councils all over the country. So I do think some leadership in this matter has to be exercised. I don't have an objection to Kāinga Ora housing. I've worked with Kāinga Ora in other cities, and I've seen some very suitable housing. Like what they're building in Auckland at the moment is 2-storey, 8-unit housing. Porirua Bay residents would have no objection to that. So I do think, and also my ancient history with Porirua City reminds me that Porirua Bay was identified as an intensification node some years ago, and residents are aware of that and also don't object to that. It would make sense for areas around the train station to be available for townhouses, for intensification that provides a mix of housing that Porirua Bay really needs. But 6 stories is balmy, and so there has to be some way of council putting its own stamp on what council really means in terms of intensification at a walkable distance to the train station in Porirua Bay.
I understand that. It doesn't quite answer my question, though, but I guess it does indirectly as to whether there is a logical, smaller walking catchment that you could identify.
Not at 6 stories, no, not in Pukeroa Bay. I mean, look at it. It's like Sleepy Hollow.
I mean, my view is Kaingaroa is being a bit disingenuous with this, because when they first talked about it, it was 400 metres, and then suddenly it's 800 metres, which, you know, I haven't done the maths, but that's a significantly huge area. You know, it's about 2/3 of the village, except for the bit right at the north. It's all the southern part of the village, and it's just the houses at the north that are sort of missed out. As Maura said, there are areas where it certainly could be, and it would probably lend itself to it, sort of close to the train station. You know, 800 metres is a long way away to have, you know, potential a building 6 stories high, with that number of people having to travel that sort of distance. I mean, people do walk that distance to the train station, but you know, it's the other services. It's not just the transport. It's the social and commercial services.
And it's also the other developers. I mean, in my view, Kaingaroa has absolutely no intention of putting a 6-story building in Pukeroa Bay. No intention at all. But once the provision is there, then somebody else might.
Well, just to finish this conversation, we hear a lot about the term well-functioning urban environment, and that's the goal of the NPS, and that's supposedly the goal of the intensification policies. What does a well-functioning urban environment look like in Pukeroa Bay?
I think Pukeroa Bay needs a mix of housing that it doesn't currently have. So people have 3-4 bed family homes. They want to stay in Pukeroa Bay, but they need somewhere more affordable to live. There are no houses smaller than 3-4 bedroom, and there's very little rental housing, and there's a rental market in Pukeroa Bay.
Okay.
So we certainly need a better mix of housing, and that's why certainly the first stage of what Simon Barber is proposing is very acceptable to most Pukeroa Bay residents.
Yes. Do you think the medium density rules are capable of achieving what you've just described?
I don't think I have enough detail about them really to answer that question.
Okay. When I talk about medium density, I'm talking about what's commonly known as the 3x3, 3 stories, 3 units, reduced recession planes, increased site coverage.
Yes.
Yep, that capable of producing a mixture of typologies and densities.
Yes. And, you know, Pukeroa Bay, you can already put secondary dwellings on. I get from a developer point of view that doesn't necessarily give you the efficiencies of scale, but we would be open to working with council on more detail around what intensification looks like for Pukeroa Bay. But I can't imagine anyone thinking that 6 stories would be part of it.
Okay. And just my final question, what's the association's position on the neighbourhood centre in Porirua Bay?
When we made our sort of further sort of submission to that, we didn't have any objection to it. We put in a further one, although the proposal is to make it really big. In fact, actually go across the state highway into. I mean, the area that it's going to spread into is all housing at the moment, basically, including actually some 4 new little 2-bedroom places that are the sorts of places we actually need in Pukeroa Bay. So if they took that whole area up, they'd actually be getting rid of some of the housing that we want.
Is this the piece down there?
Yeah. No, it's the bit between basically shops back towards Rafferty Road, on Taha Road, and then across the road, on the corner of sort of Tamoti there. So it's quite big. So I mean, we weren't objecting to a larger one. Not sure how it would have to be sort of that big, but there certainly has been a push over the years in Pukeroa Bay for sort of more of those sorts of services. You know, we've had things come and gone. Years ago, there was a supermarket. It's now a motorbike shop.
All right.
And you know, people would like a cafe. We'd like some more sort of services and things like that. And we know that you need more population to actually sort of support that. But there's kind of finding a balance. You know, you get to a point where it would sort of we've got so many people there, and we've got hundreds of people having to leave the village just to go to the supermarket because the dairy isn't big enough.
Okay.
I guess the only thing I would also comment on is maintaining the intent of that zoning. Like you look at Ulrich Street now, you drive around there and you would try and figure out what is the intent of the zoning there. It's very hard to know.
Okay.
And I note also that Aotea block had in that master plan commercial zones that never ended up being there. There's now houses where there was going to be an innovation hub at one point. So I guess I'm not as optimistic about how master plans work out perhaps as others might be.
Yes. Well, thank you for your answers. A lot to think about, and some matters for the council to respond to in their right of reply also.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Bryant. Speaking for Parramatta Business Park. So thank you for your pre-circulated evidence, which we've read. Is there anything you particularly want to draw our attention to before we ask you some questions?
Yes, I would like to, please. I've given it all a lot of more thought after my evidence. First of all, I would like to just also have a correction for paragraphs 11 and 12. Due to some time constraints, those two paragraphs weren't correct, and I've got them corrected now in a revised version. It was referring to the future urban zone, and it should have been referring to the local centre zone. But I would like to also just make a statement today around my experience of working on the site at 5 Parramatta Crescent, and my client, Parramatta Business Park. We have lodged an application for a mixed-use multi-storey development, including apartments and commercial premises on that site. And what I wanted to share today is to show that it's quite tricky getting a consent like that across the line, and particularly in this location. One of the key things is all of the sites, including the sites that we are asking for rezoning, are all subject to coastal inundation and bonding. So part of this application it requires us to do quite extensive flood modelling. Also, this is currently being undertaken. So currently, our concern, I can't give you huge amounts of detail around that because the reports have not been finalised, but initial indications are, for instance, that our building shouldn't just comply with the minimum height standards to ensure that ponding happens below it. There would be an array of other things that we would need to consider. This all is costing the developer a lot of money. It requires a lot more design than what you would in any normal circumstances in terms of a development. Also, that's kind of the main concern around it. If you look at all those sites that we refer to, numbers 17, 19, 21, 23, 25, 27, and 29 Parramatta Crescent, they are all subject to the same hazards. Any redevelopment of those sites will be quite costly. It will require special design to take into consideration these hazards, and it's quite needed that they would be redesigned or redeveloped because all of those dwellings currently are quite vulnerable. We therefore, that's kind of the basis of the further basis or comment that I wanted to make around considering the rezoning of those sites. I completely understand Mr. Ragland saying that, yes, there's no immediate park in the vicinity, therefore, from an amenity perspective, that area shouldn't necessarily go to a much higher density residential zone. Acknowledging that, my original evidence that I sent 2 weeks ago did cover the fact that, there are quite a bit of other amenity in the area. There is a park 150 metres away. Yes, there's an elevation difference there, so it's harder to get there. There's also now the new cycleway linking out here Lagoon, and those all contribute to improved amenity in that area. The basis of that, basically, I'm asking that number 17 be rezoned to local centre zone. My client owns that property. It's currently a residential site. It's not a business premises. But should he redevelop number 15 and number 17 that he both owns, that would make more sense if they are the same zone. And that the sites number 19 to 29 be zoned either local centre zone or high density residential zone. There's some flexibility around that. But having higher density on those sites will allow a developer to come in, have more flexibility to basically ensure resilience for the development that will come. Yeah.
So, Ms. Brewer, the first question I wanted to ask you is this. In your evidence, and again in your verbal presentation, it's very personalised. You're saying, paragraph 18, in my submission I requested. Like, what is your role here? Is this your submission, or is this your independent evidence?
It's my independent evidence as a planner, and but directly having experience in doing development on the site next door, representing my client. And
the impression I had as you were discussing it is you were emphasising the cost of analysing the coastal inundation hazard. Do you think that shouldn't be required? That the hazard overlay should go, or like I didn't understand the point.
No, not at all. I'm just explaining the context of those sites. Definitely, there's no question that those sites are subject to that inundation and coastal hazard. The point I'm making is that for any development to take place in that area, there will be increased cost to manage the hazard. And there is a real need to manage the hazard and to do it as best as possible.
Okay. Going this way, Mr. McMahon. Anything, Mr. Williams? I think we're good. We understand where you're coming from.
Okay.
So we will adjourn, have some morning tea, be back at 25 to 11 to hear the representatives of Greater Wellington Regional Council. So the representatives of Greater Wellington Regional Council, care to introduce yourselves and tell us how you'd like to proceed?
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Ms Manohar and I'm here as Legal Counsel for the Regional Council. And appearing with me today is the Regional Council team, so Dr Dorr, Ms Guest, Mr Farrant and then Mr Hickman down the end there. Dr Dorr, Ms Guest and Mr Farrant have pre-filed and pre-circulated evidence, and the understanding is that that has been pre-read, so they are here today to provide a summary and respond to questions from the panel on that. And the intended batting order is Dr Dorr, Ms Guest, Mr Farrant in the order they're seated to try and keep that simple. And then Mr Hickman on the end is the Council's Environmental and Policy Manager. He hasn't pre-filed evidence, so you're not missing anything there, and he's here today to answer any questions you may have on the work program around Change 1 to the RPS. Ms Guest will address the substantive Change 1 matters. And as you've indicated previously that you will have pre-read the legal submissions, I don't intend to take you through those, but I will touch on them at a really high level just to set the scene.
Yes, you can assume that we have pre-read everything you've given us. And so, as I say, over to you to make any high-level points you want in your legal submissions before we ask you any questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. So at a high level, the Regional Council is appearing today in support of its relief, seeking the embedding of nature-based solutions into the provisions, inserting provisions to reduce water demand by seeking efficient water use, and by acknowledging the existence of the already mapped coastal hazards overlay and seeking its recognition as a qualifying matter to limit development in those areas. The pre-filed legal submissions address two issues: scope of submissions and the relevance of Change 1 to the RPS. There's very little areas of disagreement between the submissions we filed and those that Porirua City Council filed on those two issues. And the Council's position is that while the assessment of whether a submission is on the variation is the same as would apply in a normal Schedule 1 process, so that's your motor machinist's two-limb test, there is an overlay given that this is an IPI process in terms of what the panel can do in response to those submissions. So the overlay is that there are statutory constraints on what can be included in an IPI and therefore what can be achieved through submissions. So that constrains the panel's recommendation making ability in that case. But in contrast, while any submissions must be on the IPI or the variation here, the panel is not solely limited to making recommendations within the scope of what has been raised in submissions. That's referring back to clause 99 of the first schedule, and in that regard the panel has a broader discretion to make recommendations than it would under a standard Schedule 1 process, provided those matters have been raised in the IPI process and are matters that can be included in an IPI. And it's submitted that the relief being pursued today by the Regional Council is both within scope of the variation and an outcome that can be achieved through an IPI process. In respect of Change 1, just really briefly here, the panel is required to have regard to that policy document when making its decisions on the PDP and recommendations on the variation, and that means it must give genuine thought and attention to Change 1 and cannot simply disregard it based on where it is currently at in the Schedule 1 process. Again, well, that's consistent with what the Legal Counsel for Porirua said in terms of the legal framework. It's the application of that here that the Regional Council disagrees with the Council considering that the 42A report has failed to give genuine thought and attention to Change 1. So that was it from me. Very brief, just those two legal issues, and subject to any questions from the panel, I can hand over to Dr. Dorr.
Yes, I do have one or two questions, Ms Manohar. First of all, you say that while you're only addressing, you and your team are only addressing some of the issues, the Greater Wellington submission raised a number of other points, and and you're pursuing them all, pursuing them without evidence.
Yes, it's acknowledged that the submission is much broader than what the evidence the council has brought to the panel. Those submission points remain live, but the council acknowledges it is not bringing evidence in support of those.
One of those submission points that you're not addressing is that the plan provide no planning controls over Ngāti Tawa land and or land that Ngāti Tawa may acquire in the future through its the treaty settlement mechanism, the first right of refusal. So can you tell me the legal basis for that submission?
I can't answer that, Commissioner, this morning, but that is something I can respond to subsequently if you would like the council's position on that.
Well, I suppose you're here. If that it's squarely the 42A report squarely challenges our ability to make a recommendation accepting that, and I'm giving you the opportunity to tell me why the 42A report is wrong. And am I suppose I'm reluctant to say, well, we can spin that off because, as you know, this is a high intensity time frame.
Appreciate that.
And it's if your answer is that you're not in a position to respond, is that what I should record?
Well, it's not something that we have considered to date, Commissioner. Our submissions, we've focused on those two issues that we've addressed you on this morning. It is something that we could endeavour to consider and respond to after seeking confirmation of the Regional Council as to its willingness to do so, or confirmation of its position on that submission point.
Well, I think that what I should do is ask you to confirm whether or not, like at the moment your submissions say Greater Wellington pursues all submission points. What I want to know is that literally correct? And because you just said, well, you'd have to talk to the council and decide whether it's pursuing it. So can I just ask you to provide advice within how long? How long would be reasonable? How long do you need for that submission? Because it's quite a significant submission point, and we need to know whether Greater Wellington is pursuing. Well, you say it's pursuing it, and so we want to know whether that is the case, that we have to grapple with it.
Yes, Commissioner. So I'm just sort of looking for some guidance from the council here on time frame. Where you're not sitting tomorrow, is that correct?
We're sitting intermittently. We're coming in to see two submitters who couldn't fit within our program, but we will be around until we will not disperse until Thursday night. So you have that window if you could confirm either way.
Yes, we can stick to that timing and confirm by late afternoon on Thursday.
Good.
Ms. Manahai, can we assume that in your reluctance to respond, or your position not being able to respond, that you weren't involved in preparing the original submission to the plan?
Me personally, no, I was on parental leave at that time, and I'm not aware of advice that the firm has given in that regard.
Okay. So, I mean, you weren't in a position to tackle the legal basis for no planning controls?
I can't confirm whether that is something that we, as a firm, did provide advice on. I would need to check that.
Okay.
So I'll say you'll come back to us by Thursday night as to whether that is indeed something that the council is pursuing. The end of paragraph 23, you're talking about coastal hazards as a qualifying matter. Clearly, they qualify as a qualifying matter, if I could use the multiple term. But that's not the end of the story. Section 77J requires further evaluation on a range of things, and I suppose, have you presented such an evaluation? Can you point it out to me?
I think in the answer to that's in two places. So the council's not asking for additional mapping, and a lot of that work or the assessment that is in 77 I or J has been addressed by the council when it put that initial overlay in, and the council's not challenging that basis. The council is simply seeking to clarify what planning framework applies in that situation, and Dr. Dorr has presented his written evidence in an attempt to fill that gap where there is a gap in that assessment required in respect of a qualified matter.
I suppose I didn't read Dr. Dorr's evidence as addressing the extent of intensification required or limitations on intensification that qualifying matter would reply, or assessing the costs and benefits. We heard from Kaingora loud and long last night about the need to follow those evaluation requirements before we could consider actually reducing intensification by reason of a qualifying matter. And so, as I say, like I may have missed it, but has Dr. Dorr addressed those statutory requirements?
I don't think he specifically refers to those sections or that assessment, but my understanding, and Dr. Dorr can correct me here, is that the plan already limits development in these overlay areas. It's just not referring to them expressly as a qualified matter, and that's something that sort of slipped in the difference between the proposed district plan when it went forward and development limited in that overlay area, and the rezoning through this variation and how that works with the overlay.
Well, that's the interesting thing, that this plan operates by way of overlay. That's the structure of the plan. And so land within coastal hazard areas remains zoned, but it requires a consent because of the existence of the coastal hazard, and the coastal hazard provisions will determine, among other things, whether that that consent is granted. But a qualifying matter operates differently because it changes the zoning, and that's the difference that requires evaluation. And so that's my concern about whether you've provided us with all the ammunition we need if we're comfortable with Dr. Dorr's views on the merits.
And I guess in response to that, the Regional Council's position is that the plan appears to amend the MDRS in these areas without specifically using the qualified matter route, and whether that is lawful and robust. Because my understanding is the MDRS in a relevant residential zone can only be amended where there is an applicable qualified matter.
Okay, well, we'll think about that. Yeah, you go.
I'm really interested in this concept, Ms. Manoha, because it's it's the basis of a number of different approaches around the country to how the MDS is qualified, MDRS. Some people have referred to qualifying matters in a plan-making sense as opposed to a resource consenting sense. So the plan-making sense might involve the qualifying matter taking the intensification out of the tent due to the presence of a qualifying matter, and so zoning it something else. Other ways of doing that is through having the MDRS in place, as the chair just said, but through the resource consent process, qualifying the way in which that can be implemented through having to comply with the policy objectives and rules in the natural hazards chapter in this case. So that's a distinction in broad terms between a plan-making approach to qualifying matters and a resource consenting approach. Have you got any comments on the legality of that?
Again, not something I've specifically provided the Regional Council advice on, but I just note that the MDRS itself sets activity status. So if the activity status has been amended from permitted to or from restricted discretionary, which is the two activity statuses.
It's more of a bundling approach because if a resource consents, if a site's in a coastal inundation area and it's zoned, let's say medium density, clearly you need to comply with all the rules that are applicable. So the enabling MDRS rules will be largely trumped by the coastal hazard rules, and trumped in the sense that they'll no longer be a permitted activity. A resource consent will be required, and the degree to which that consent is granted or the conditions under which it's granted will probably be largely determined by the coastal hazard provisions, I would have thought.
And I believe that's the approach the council is advocating for here. It's just that its position is it needs to be recognised as a qualified matter in order to work with the way the intensification planning process and qualified matters are set out in the Act. So just looking at section 77I,
Yes.
so it says a specified territorial authority, which Porirua Council is here, may make the MDRS and the relevant building height or density requirements under Policy 3, less enabling of development in relation to an area within a residential zone only to extent necessary to accommodate one or more of the following qualifying matters.
Yes.
So it's saying you can only have less enabling of development where there is a qualifying matter.
Yes, I understand that.
And what the council is here today in respect to the coastal part, obviously nature-based solutions is different, is it is saying that the overlay recognise that as a qualified matter, therefore under 77I you can lawfully amend and limit development in those areas.
Yep. So on the ground, what would that mean if we take that to its fruition? What should happen to the MDRS areas that are intersect with coastal hazard areas in your submission?
So I'm not sure of how that would work in the plan framework, whether it needs to be another overlay on top of the overlay to refer that that's a qualified matter area. I'm not sure what the council does to identify other qualified matter areas within its plan.
Well, I thought you might be suggesting that the area where that intersection occurs, that the MDRS zoning should not apply, or the site should not be zoned residential. Is that what?
Or should be a coastal hazard zone, for instance.
No further intensification.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the same outcome in terms of the limits on development, whether it's a relevant residential zone subject to a qualified matter or if it's not a relevant residential zone. Those are the two different approaches there. And Dr. Dorr can set out the planning basis or why one is preferable to the other.
Well, I've read Dr. Dorr's evidence and I understand what he's saying, but with all due respect, it's fairly broad. And I understand the thesis that, in his view, the work's already been done. Just you don't need to do a further forensic analysis. You use that mapping work already, but this is more of a legal issue. Is the council acting legally in adopting the approach that they have done, which is not to outzone these areas to something other than some form of residential? but to apply an overlay zone over the MDRS and high density.
And that's the Regional Council's concern, is that the correct language has not been used. How that looks on the plan, that's sort of beyond my expertise. And I understand that as you said, the overlay operates to limit development in those areas.
Yes.
Those areas, the underlying zoning is either medium, in some places, which are the places of concern to the Regional Council, medium density or high density residential based on the variation. And it's those concerns that there needs to be a lawful limit on the development where that overlay sits over those areas.
I understand. What I just don't understand is how that lawful limit would be expressed in the plan. Whether it's an outzoning, for want of a better term, or whether it's through the application of a hazards overlay over some form of residential zone. And I guess what I'm asking you, what is the legal answer? If you can't take that any further, that's fine. But that's a key issue for the council, because it underpins the fundamental approach that the council's adopted to giving effect to the MPDS and qualifying matters. And this council's not alone on that. Wellington City have adopted a similar approach in relation to the flood overlay. I was involved in a retirement village application in Korori where the MDRS rules applied over a site, except where they intersected with ponding or an overland channel or whatever those flood notations are. But the zoning was still medium density residential. So this approach that Porirua has adopted is not different to what Wellington City have adopted. And I don't know that anyone was challenging the legality of that approach in Wellington.
No, I'm not familiar with the Wellington City approach to IPIs, and there are obviously panel members here who are very, very familiar. But the concern is that this hasn't been expressed as a qualified matter. What that then is expressed as in the plan, whether that's an overlay and there's some sort of notation or interpretation that says an overlay over an MDRS zone is, the extent of applicable qualified matter, therefore those rules don't apply. However, that's expressed in the plan. I think the substantive issue is the same.
Yes.
That is there a reason that development can be limited here? Because the starting point under the intensification provisions are that a specific level of development is to be enabled unless there is a qualified matter that enables you to limit that.
Okay.
Moving on to your paragraph 24, you're saying you're analysing the relief related to nature-based solutions, reduction of water demand. So these are matters within the ambit of variation 1 because it's directly related to what a well-functioning urban environment does. Is that the test? Like, I thought that the test was that the provisions have to be consequential on or support the MDRS so as to be within section 80E1. So do these provisions support or are they consequential on the MDRS?
Commissioner, the council's position is that these are part of incorporating the MDRS, which requires that objective, which is set out further down in the submissions in terms of, if you go over to paragraph 26, objective 1 there, a well-functioning urban environment that enables all people and communities to provide for their social, etc. It's well-functioning urban environment forms part of that MDRS. So it's not within that further down category where you may also include the following provisions or amend the following provisions. It's part of that incorporating the MDRS and giving effect to those relevant policies of the MPSUD. It's not down in that next category.
But you're amending the provisions from what those policies say. So and you're doing it in a way that qualifies the enabling, the extent to which development is enabled. So how can it be part of the
So
MDRS?
as part of giving effect to, sorry, I possibly misspoke before, part of giving effect to the relevant policies of the MPS UD, and part of incorporating the MDRS into the plan to have a complete planning document. And then coming down to your B 80E1B 3, which is that where that language that support are consequential on the MDRS or policies 3, 4 and 5 of the MPSUD as applicable. That's all.
But you could make the same argument about a heritage notation or a coastal hazard line, because they're part of a well-functioning urban environment as well. But clearly the Section 80 envisages that they are only in the plan to the extent that they support or are consequential on the MDRS. So,
All right, no, I take the point there, and so to rephrase that paragraph 24, where I've said because it is directly related to what a well-functioning environment is, then on that basis it should potentially say is necessary to support the MDRS and policies 3 and 4 of the MPSUD. So Council's not seeking to change that policy direction, it's just seeking to implement it or embed it through the plan.
but I suppose you're imposing additional requirements. How is that supporting the MDRS?
It's supporting the policy direction of the MDRS. Because the MDRS is not just those standard, it's the objectives and policies that are set out in Schedule 3A as well.
I come back to, well, couldn't you make the same argument for a heritage notation?
I mean, you possibly could. I haven't considered that here.
Okay, thank you. I think we've gone as far as we can go, and if you've got a question, go.
Mr Mayor, just when you're reading 80E and you say that it's not a qualifying matter in terms of the plan hasn't been specific in terms of referring to, say, natural hazards as that, but isn't under 80E2, can't it just be a related provision under 2A, which is district-wide matters, which is where the natural hazards, for instance, are included within the plan, and that's just the same as E, which includes qualifying matters. So related provisions also include other provisions related to it, so doesn't that provide a mechanism by which the council could undertake the framing of the plan as they have?
Is this going back to the coastal qualifying matters?
Yeah, isn't it?
So I think that, yes, that is what that's saying, that you must incorporate the MDRS, give effect to those policies, and you can also include provisions to put in place a qualified matter. You don't have to have a qualifying matter because that's reduction of the development. You don't have to do that. You have to put in place the intensification provisions. If you choose to put in place a qualified matter, follow the correct process, And you can rely on 2 there that specifically sets out that you can have a qualifying matter.
Yeah, but can't you have it as just a district-wide matter as well, which the council have already done
If
under
that's what they call it, but if they are going to limit the development potential or development intensity on that site, which would otherwise be required by the MDRS, that has to be done by way of qualified matter in reliance on section 77I.
No, okay.
Looking at your paragraph 45, Ms. Manaha, you're saying you're interpreting 77G8 as only relating to, you're saying it's a reference only to the operative RPS. Understand that. And it only relates to incorporation of the NDRS not giving effect to the MPSUD. I don't understand the last bit. It only relates to incorporation of the MDRS not giving effect to the MPSUD. Can you explain that to me?
Yes, so I've quoted the section above, and it simply says the requirement in section 1 to incorporate the MDRS applies irrespective of any inconsistent objective and policy. Other parts of the legislation refer to the MDRS and policies 3, 4 and 5 as applicable of the MPSUD. That language is not there.
So say that again.
So looking at the wording of the legislation itself, so section 77G8,
which you've quoted above.
I've quoted above, the lead-in to that, the requirement in section 1 to incorporate the MDRS into the relevant residential zone applies irrespective of the operative RPS. If it was to apply to the MPSUD policies as well, you'd expect to see the language MDRS and policies 3, 4, 5 of the MPSUD in that subsection. And that's what that position is based on.
So you're saying it's the objectives and policies that you're focusing on.
So I'll see if I can find it.
You're saying that the operative RPS could direct action that was inconsistent with the objectives and policies of the National Policy Statement.
And I think in that case, if there was an inconsistency between the direction, the operative RPS and a higher order planning document, then you would need to follow the case law line there in terms of how to interpret. And you've got more, obviously the MPSUD is much more recent than the regional policy statement. And you're being required to give effect to both the MPSUD in your plan as well as the RPS and address any conflicts as they arise through that process.
Another way to put it would be in a king salmon sense. If there is inconsistency, the operative RPS might now be unlawful for being inconsistent with the NPSUD.
I possibly wouldn't say unlawful, but it may not give effect to the MPSUD, and it's going through a process to be updated.
The 3 exceptions.
Unlawful, inconsistent, or...
unlawful, inconsistent and unclear. If it's...
Yeah, so you could rely on that if there was an inconsistency or a conflict between the provisions of the RPS and the MPSUD that you were needing to directly consider and resolve. You could rely on king salmon in that case.
But you need to follow the instructions in king salmon and make sure it's actually a conflict. You can't construct your way out of it.
No, you need to look at the words very carefully.
That's all I had. Any other questions for Council? Okay.
All right, I will
Dr.
now
Dorr.
pass to Dr. Dorr.
Kia ora, thank you. So, reading through my evidence, you'll see that I was focusing quite squarely on coastal hazards, and the reason why I'm quite interested in ensuring that we manage risk from coastal hazards, both now and going forward, is that we're dealing with a game changer through sea level rise. We've got over 120 years of measured data pointing to sea level rise in the region, and more recently we've got some finer scale understanding of what our vertical land movements are doing in the whole region, including Porirua. So we have regional tectonic subsidence occurring concurrently, which is compounding impacts from sea level rise. There's no indication that that trend will change at this point, and so effectively we have a doubling of the rate of sea level rise, a relative sea level rise, which is over time going to be placing increasing pressure on coastal margins around the coast. And there is a lot of development there are some properties in Porirua, for example, that are right on the back of the beach, and a lot of development which is just back behind the road, not a stone's throw from the beach. So over time, and this is recognised in the district plan with 4 overlays for erosion and inundation, both presently and with a metre of sea level rise. So that is recognised that those areas face a risk. So the thrust of my argument is that in light of that, and in light of the understanding that the increasing pressure that will come onto those coastal areas, employing a risk-based approach and using hazard risk reduction as a way of managing that risk over time, you would look to, if not intensify, certainly reduced investment over time. So not an immediate, you're not immediately avoiding development in those areas, but you're recognising that there is a risk and that it's going to have to be managed over time. So one way we do that in hazard risk management approaches is to gradually scale down or not intensify development in those areas, recognising that in the future there may have to be tens or hundreds of millions of dollars spent on engineered mitigation measures to stop, say, flooding or erosion. And this is a very real issue that Kapiti Coast District Council is facing right now, with bills mounting into tens of millions to upgrade and maintain seawall infrastructure. And what I'm proposing is that we recognise this in advance, and rather than continuing to allow investment which increases risk over time, we recognise that this is an area which these areas around the coast are places where we should not be intensifying, reducing our investment, so that when it comes to 20, 30, 50 years down the track and we're looking at 40 or 50 centimetres of sea level rise with regular, a lot more than just nuisance flooding, but regular inundation, there's going to have to be really tough decisions made in council or with communities about what we do in those areas. Do we continue to invest in upgrading stormwater networks, pumping stations? Do we put in big seawalls, revetments, and all the consequent effects that that has on the natural environment? So what I'm suggesting is that we employ those Section 77I qualifying matters and probably exclude them from the NDRS requirements, and have some form of general residential type zone where you allow, for argument's sake, 1 dwelling per lot. And I think there are good arguments already with our understanding of coastal hazards in the plan and the work that's gone into producing those overlays.
And what impact does that have on residential intensity that the plan enables?
So what that will do is that it will limit people's ability to, say, for example, put multiple dwellings on a single lot.
Yeah, I know that, but across the district, what's the total effect on loss of residential capacity?
Well, the coastal areas are quite well defined. It often just takes in 1 line of houses. There are a few areas that are very low lying and subject to already existing flooding hazards, but it's not we're not talking, thousands of houses. It's largely quite a narrow strip around the coast. I haven't got the exact numbers on how many houses, but it's a reasonably well-defined strip around the coast.
So, and how's that strip currently identified within the plan? Is it within those inundation and erosion? So whatever the seaward side of those, is that the one that you were suggesting should be the line?
Yeah, so it would be certainly the erosion and inundation for present coastal hazard, but I think there's a strong argument for the medium inundation zone with a metre of sea level rise. Because the challenge with sea level rise is that it's very difficult for an individual or an individual development to mitigate that. It really takes a coordinated all-of-council approach. It's not like you're managing a small amount of flood hazard from some ponding, for example. You're actually dealing with the ocean rising and substantially impacting large sections of the coast, which requires a coordinated building effort to mitigate that.
Is that medium line plus 1 metre of sea level? I'm trying to understand whether it's actually shown on a map within the PDP at the moment.
Yeah, so the coastal...
That's what the line's called, medium risk plus 1 metre sea level rise?
Yeah, they have a 1 metre coastal inundation with 1 metre of sea level rise, so that's largely in there. And I'm not suggesting that you'd just take that whole thing carte blanche. There might be some variation to that, for example, along the Mana strip there where you've got a lot of existing development with the road and rail corridor. You've got shopping precinct in there. It's not directly exposed to the ocean, but there is recognised issues with coastal flooding, but you might be able to manage that. So I'm not suggesting that you just take that entire zone, but a lot of it could be used to justify excluding those areas.
Sorry, you go.
Given where we are in the process now, how do we, the panel, how would we do that?
Well, you would, employing that 77I matter, you could justifiably make an argument that using a hazard risk management reduction approach, and there's a number of you at the NZCPS as well that you can use to support that argument, and I'll list some of the...
Yes. So I mean, how do we, if we agreed to it, how does it get, we don't have...
Well, how do we rewrite the
plan to address that? If you're saying that some of these areas are could be nuanced, well, so we don't have anything before us saying what those nuances are, and we're not in a position to do that. How do we get what you're seeking into the plan?
Well, I guess what I'm suggesting is that you limit the MDRS requirements and have for example...
In a mapping sense?
Yeah, well, I mean, you can have a general residential zone, so like you have the medium density and high density residential.
Yeah, sorry,
they
did delete, they've deleted that one. So.
Yes, I understand that, but you could have a zone like that.
The question I have is, why is, if we're talking sea level rise, why is a general residential zone any better than medium density? Obviously, there are fewer people impacted, but the people who are there are going to be impacted just as much as they would if they were sitting in a 3-storey townhouse.
That's correct. So I guess the argument I'm making is that by even having an opportunity to intensify, there's more asset at risk, more people at risk, and so the metrics of that are that there is a higher potential impact in monetary terms, if you want to look at it that way, and if you've got more investment in those areas. You recognise that we can still use those areas presently, but looking forward, there may have to be some adaptation planning if you use an approach where you have, for example, one dwelling per lot. It just makes those decisions a lot easier down the line.
Yes.
If you were going to have some form of managed retreat, for argument's sake.
Well, I suppose you've instanced, say, the only country that's managed those sort of schemes with any success is the Netherlands. They've spent billions, and I wonder whether, and they're obviously historically low-lying, even below sea level. Will sea level rise confound even then?
Possibly, there may be some areas, because the challenge with with sea level rise is it interacts with groundwater as well. So some of those, you can have a seawall, but you're going to get groundwater effects coming in behind that seawall, so very low-lying areas. And they are picked up in the plan, those low-lying areas. You may start to see longer incidences of surface flooding, because that stormwater just can't drain away. So
Well,
ground tables are rising.
I suppose the thought that occurred to me is you're saying, well, adaptation, keep it low-level development, make the future decisions easier. Should the forces of local government collectively be making the hard decisions and stopping development at all, in these areas at all? And like you say, as you say, that it's some time off, but it's well within the life of any house that's going to be built today.
It's within our lifetimes, and we're looking at 30 centimetres by 2050.
But if I observe, you're a young chap.
2050, yeah, I'm not sure about that.
Are you still going, mate?
So I guess to answer that question, it takes in all of government coordinated response, central, regional and local. We have the tools and instruments available to us. It's not compulsory, but they're still there if we want to employ those qualifying matter instruments in this situation.
I haven't read Change 1 in sufficient detail to know the answer to that, so I rely on it. Is the RPS that Greater Wellington is to, well, the direction of the RPS that Greater Wellington is pushing, what is that? How far down that road is the regional council going?
Well, if I just address the coastal hazards side of that, the operative RPS provides enough strength because the direction in there is to avoid inappropriate development in high hazard areas for district plans, which would be enough to employ this. The RPS Change 1 takes that one step further because at that time we were still developing an understanding of our hazardscape, takes that further to say that we talk about managing hazards in areas that are subject to natural hazards, so those lower and medium hazard areas, in addition to avoiding inappropriate development in high hazard areas.
So managed retreat.
That's part of the mix potentially. It doesn't specifically direct that to happen, but it enables those discussions to be had at a community level if that is what needs to happen. Which has happened locally, not managed retreat, but there have been discussions at Makara there because they were hit pretty severely in Cyclone Gita, Fahey. And Kapiti Coast District Council are having those discussions right now with their community with the Takatai Kapiti process. So what they've done is they've employed a coastal hazard qualifying precinct over all the areas mapped for coastal hazards until they can have those adaptation discussions with the community about how they manage the risks in that zone.
In terms of the relief, you're saying you're referring to Wellington City as a precedent, but the mechanism, the planning mechanism that is in the proposed Wellington plan is still an overlay, isn't it?
They have, well, I guess the idea is to limit development in that area to one dwelling per lot in the coastal hazard zone, as I understand it. So effectively that is limiting and to avoid further development in the high hazard coastal zone.
But as I say, that the mechanism, it's still, like if you look at the planning maps, it still appears as MDRS.
A heavily limited MDRS.
Yeah, but it's MDRS with a layer, an overlay that limits development in the same way that, well, not exactly the same
Not
way.
exactly the same,
But
that is one.
so similar to the way Porirua is doing it.
Well, there is still a consenting pathway through if you can satisfy a discretionary, for example, a discretionary consent. And I guess my argument is that we should probably be limiting that so that we're not building three apartment lots on a 3-story tower, or whatever the example might be.
So the regional council, your evidence that the overlay in terms of in Porirua, how it works, it's overlaid, but it's got the high density, for instance, under it. That leaving it to the consenting side of things, you're suggesting the Wellington approach, where I understand that the overlay, where that applies, even though it might be MDRS or something, actually limits it to one.
Correct.
So it has a plan component of the rule.
That's right.
And then that affects what consent could be applied for. So
So it makes
is that correct?
That's correct. So it just makes it very clear upfront about what council can and is not going to improve in terms of consenting in those areas.
Right.
So they don't have to end up in an argument all the time with pressure coming on them to approve consents, because there's a lot of pressure that comes on
Right.
staff
So
and councils to approve consent.
Can approve with consent, but it's to limited intensification, whereas you're suggesting the Porirua one, it's either when you come to make the decision and consider the coastal hazards, if you're going to make a decision, it's only to decline, for instance.
If you were going to reduce investment and manage the hazard, yeah, you'd have to decline it.
Okay.
Unless there was some incredible mitigation measure, and for flood hazards and faults there may be through building standards, but with sea level rise it's kind of a different beast, because it amplifies and multiplies a lot of the hazards we already are dealing with, which are very difficult for an individual homeowner to manage.
So just to be clear, do you have an issue with the way the coastal hazard provisions are currently framed in the sense of what they're trying to achieve, how they're trying and how they're trying to achieve it? Forget what it's called, whether it's called a qualifying matter or not. I understand council submissions on that, but do you have a problem with the substance of the coastal hazard provisions?
No, not at all. I've supported the policy objective rule framework. I support that.
Yes.
And have done throughout the process.
Well, that was my recollection.
Yes. And you hadn't sought any changes to the activity status or the policy wording?
No, not seeking any changes to that framework, just the way the NDRS is applied.
So that it's largely then a technical solution to how it's delivered. You'd accept that?
In a manner of speaking, yes. Yeah.
Okay. Yep. I guess where that leaves us, Ms Manaha, is looking at section 77J, and it's just drawing on what the chair put to you earlier. Hazards qualify as a qualifying matter, but they still have to go through the evaluation that's set out in subsection 3 of that section, and that's the evaluation report must, in relation to accommodating a qualifying matter, demonstrate why that area is subject to a qualifying matter, and that the qualifying matter is incompatible with the level of development. And then it must go on and do a number of other things.
Including cost-benefit analysis.
Yes, including assess the impact of limited development on capacity, building height or density, and that's why the chair put the question to you, Mr Dorr, about what's the total effect on intensification across the district, and then do the costs and broader impacts of imposing those limits. And what we're lacking at the moment is that evaluation from the regional council. That's no slight on Dr. Dawes' evidence, but we're not receiving any planning evaluation in that sense, and I think that's potentially problematic.
And I appreciate that point, Commissioner, and I think it does, to pick up on some of the language you used before in terms of the technicality of the way it's delivered. I haven't gone back and looked at this recently, but my understanding is the Section 32 report on the PDP that addresses the coastal framework that Dr. Daw has supported did do a lot of that. Obviously didn't reference that specific section, but I expect that it did a cost-benefit analysis around limiting development to the extent the overlay limited development
Yes.
in that process, and whether any of that
Well, it came to
needs to be redone
came to the
effectively.
conclusion, obviously, that the technique that's been employed is appropriate in the variation one. What I thought I was hearing from you was that the technique may not be appropriate, and I was looking for some evidence on that in terms of Section 77J3.
The other point is of course, that cost benefit analysis was undertaken in 2020, so it was the costs of not having a GRZ or qualifying a GRZ. It wasn't assessing the costs of not having MDRS or HD. So, as I say, I think I said previously, we heard the ringing tones of the representatives of Kaingora telling us how important it is to tick every line of those evaluation requirements.
Yeah. Even though that was in relation to shading, which is not an automatic, doesn't automatically qualify as a qualifying matter, but nevertheless,
There's still requirements. Yes,
Yeah.
I appreciate that, and I'm not sure how to say this, but I don't think the regional council and Porirua City Council are opposed in terms of that development should be limited in this area. It's just the issue as to whether they have done it in a way that will stand up to a legal challenge if and when in the future there is a legal challenge,
nutshell.
which is what the council is concerned with, and a change in the language or to acknowledge that it is a qualified matter, whether you still call it an overlay in the plan. It's not really what the council's concern is. It's that it is in some way through this IPI process recognised it is an applicable qualified matter that is limiting development
yes.
in this area zoned MDRS.
Yes.
I suppose the issue is, I understand you've got a concern, but by framing it as a qualifying matter without undertaking the evaluation, it's like painting a big target on the end result,
And
because that is clearly flawed.
and my submission is that limiting development in a relevant residential zone without acknowledging and having that assessment in support of a qualified matter is equally a target.
Yes.
Yeah.
Dr. Dawes' suggestion that that the relevant residential zone might be something other than high density or medium density general residential, is that legally an option in front of us?
I believe that the 42A report discounted that on the basis it wasn't a valid zone under the national planning standards, but I'm not sure if there's a different zone that could be applied from that.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Large lot residential.
Yeah,
I
that's
guess
the only alternative.
I guess what we're left with then is based on what Dr. Dawes' earlier answer, that he's generally happy with the provisions of the coastal hazard zone. That's the evidence that's in front of us in lieu of an evaluation under 77J3.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. I don't think it's a coastal hazard zone. It's the provisions that support the overlay that sits over the underlying residential zoning, which needs to enable development.
If we were to assume for a moment that we got past all the legal challenges in terms of our deliberations and got it, how would we actually put it into the plan so it meets the identification as a qualifying matter? What's the wording we should put in the plan?
Where?
And is that before us?
As I said, I'm not familiar with how the council, in its plan, addresses other qualifying matters. You mentioned a shading one. I don't know if that's site specific or if it's through an overlay or what. Obviously, I take that kainga ora as opposed to that. But I don't see an issue with the overlay being referred to as a coastal hazard qualifying matter overlay or something like that. It's making it clear that it is a qualifying matter.
Does the submission not specify what the relief sought in terms of the changes to the plan should be?
I think the submission, I can take you to that specific point if you bear with me for a moment, but it effectively seeks recognition as a qualifying matter and leaves it to the council as to how it puts that on the ground in its plan, acknowledging that as a PDP, having been through a significant hearing process, the provisions that are there now may be subject to significant change, and giving the concept as opposed to specific relief may have been more helpful. So the specific submission point is submission point 74.76, and it does refer to a zone. So it says, identify the coastal hazard overlays for flooding, erosion, and future flooding and erosion due to sea level rise as a coastal hazard zone. Recognise this zone as a qualifying matter and prevent medium and high density residential overlays from applying in this zone. Within this zone, any development or intensification should be subject to the existing provisions, rule framework, and the proposed district plan.
The officer's view was that wasn't required, and it's the expectation that we're going to write that, is it?
Sorry, I missed the
Is
last
it the
part of that.
expectation that we're going to write that? Whatever these provisions are going
I
to
think
be.
that everybody is supportive of what the provisions are if they were to apply, and at the moment there is a conflict between the underlying zone provisions, which implement the MDRS, and the overlay, which has a different resource consenting and management framework, and where that conflict sits and where it's going to be resolved. Because without the MDRS, I appreciate the overlay would limit your development in that zone, and that's how the plan's intended to work. But with the MDRS coming in the specific legislative direction around you have to enable a certain amount of development unless there is a qualifying matter, there's a conflict there.
Right, yeah. So in terms of the conflict, though, in terms of the plan provisions that need to be reworded to address that, the expectation is that we're going to write those. Is that correct? So nobody's put those provisions before us.
Well, not in terms of having that qualifying matter language in there, but the provisions are there in the overlay.
Could you just repeat that submission point, just the reference?
I may not be to the submission point.
Just the reference, I missed it.
74.76.
74.76.
Thank you.
That's good, I wrote 47.
Dyslexia rules, KO.
Yep, absolutely. I wonder if we should go on to the second part of the submissions. Thank you, Dr. Dorr. I think we've given that a good rev, so we've got as far as we can go. Ms. Guest, are you going to go next? I seem to recall.
I am, thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. Yes, so my part of the evidence looks at the request from Council to embed nature-based solutions to increase climate resilience into the planning framework. I think it's quite clear that the effects of climate change are impacting our communities now. Their impacts are increasing, and they're increasing faster than has ever been anticipated. I think Commissioner, the Chair hit the nail on the head when he talked about the fact that houses built today are going to last for generations. They'll outlast us and probably our children, and so it's really critical that what's being built now is being built to give our communities the best opportunity to cope with the changes that are coming at them. The council's thesis is that the variation, because it's providing for an intensive or a period of intensive urban development, is a critical opportunity to ensure that our houses are both located in appropriate areas, and that's the evidence covered by Dr. Dorr, but also that they're designed features in a way that increases the resilience for the stresses that are coming from climate, which includes more water, more intense rainfall, more heat, more wind, and a few other things that off the top of my head. So what we're asking for is for some amendments to the variation to ensure that that new intensification is done in a way, or the design features are embedded into the planning framework now, and we see that that would give effect to the MPSUD Objective 1 and Policy 1, where it talks about what the features are of a well-functioning urban environment, and as a minimum supporting reductions in greenhouse gases and increasing the resilience of our communities to climate change. So that's a real central focus of our evidence. So RPS Change 1 provides a new framework for dealing with climate change mitigation and adaptation across the region. It's embedded nature-based solutions as one of the critical tenets of the approach that we're taking, and that's supported by strong national drivers, particularly the National Emissions Reduction Plan and the National Adaptation Plan. Did we circulate the? Sorry, I actually have developed just a table that sets out the high-level drivers and also the RPS provisions that are relevant to my submission to assist the panel. So we set out there the national drivers. In particular, there's a very strong push that from the National Emissions Reduction Plan, the National Adaptation Plan, and also the New Zealand Biodiversity Strategy to prioritise nature-based solutions in our planning and regulatory systems to address both the climate crisis but the biodiversity crisis at the same time. So I acknowledge that nature-based solutions is a bit of jargon. It's a new term, but actually it encompasses a whole lot of concepts that are pretty well known. So it encompasses concepts such as green infrastructure, water-sensitive urban design, low-impact development, ecosystem-based planning. It applies at a range of scales. So this is something that the Regional Council is looking at embedding into our own work at a broader scale, at an ecosystem scale, as part of catchment planning, as part of greenfield planning, and we're requesting that the district plan embedded at more of a brownfield scale. There's a real opportunity there to embed it at that smaller scale, and to broaden the approach that the council's got in its plan. We acknowledge that we talk about hydraulic neutrality, but there's a lot more to water-sensitive urban design in that small-scale space. There are other issues that can be dealt with, such as urban heat through things like canopy trees. Again, we acknowledge that things like building materials, etc., are the ambit of the Building Act, but we also see there's an opportunity as part of development planning that the council could be promoting use of appropriate materials and looking beyond non-regulatory measures. So what are we asking for? We're asking for the policy framework to be broadened. We've given some examples from the Wellington City Plan, where they've got a broader range of objectives and policies that firmly puts climate resilience and mitigation firm and square into the policy framework. We'd like to see matters of assessment added to rules where consent is required. We'd like to see broader matters, as we say, related to water-sensitive urban design at that local scale, embedded into the plan, and Mr. Ferrant will talk more to that in terms of both the risks of business as usual development. So if we keep doing what we're doing, what's the risk to our communities of that? But also what are the opportunities for nature-based solutions to help us get into a better place in the future. I see your residential design guide as an opportunity too to broaden out the matters that are dealt with there. For example, instead of just planting promoting planting for visual and amenity purposes is a really critical opportunity for looking at promoting canopy trees for shade. And there was I'm not sure if the Commission saw a new report come out from the Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment late last week about are we building hotter, harder cities, and there was a fantastic range of opportunities set out in that report that could be considered. So it was exactly what the Regional Council is looking for in the future to future-proof our planning systems. And as I say, we're looking not just for regulatory measures, but to actually be a bit more creative and look at what else can be done to incentivise and encourage better building. So that's probably our thesis in a nutshell. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Guest. Can I ask you a question about paragraph 32 for your evidence? The last sentence, and ask you to explain what you mean. It's the which aren't permitted that I didn't understand.
I guess we recognise, searching for my evidence, we recognise that there's restrictions in terms of the permitted activity rule, and so we're suggesting that the rules that require consent are the opportunities for amendments in terms of adding matters of assessment and supporting that by adding further breadth to your policies in terms of embedding climate resilient matters there.
So you're not seeking to change what's permitted, but you're seeking to add further direction for the stuff that's not permitted already. Or is that correct? Or
well, that's correct. If you could change the permitted activity rule, we'd have some suggestions about that. But I'm not sure of the scope.
Yes, that would then require a qualifying matter. Raising all the issues we just talked about. So,
well, I could see we could probably make a good argument for that because increased flooding risk, etc., heavy increased heat, and not dealing with that is clearly a natural hazard as defined under the Resource Management Act.
but we don't have the evaluation that's required. So we go full circle.
Not at that stage. We could happily provide one if the panel so wished.
Just looking at the provisions, you suggested, let's say, just take, a lot of these have the same language, Dev NGO3, saying developed, integrated, efficient, comprehensive manner, comma, which utilises nature-based solutions, comma, to meet planned needs. Does that mean only utilises nature-based solutions, partly utilises them, and if it's partly, how much?
I guess what the council's doing is asking for the council to look for every opportunity that it can in making development decisions to consider what are the opportunities for nature-based solutions, so what are the opportunities that are particular to that situation, because they are different at different scales. The solutions can vary.
But this is the objective. This is the outcome,
Right.
rather than the policy. So what's the end result? Is it that it only utilises nature-based solutions, that it uses in some cases, not others, and if the latter, which cases?
So if we're looking at an objective, so I guess the outcome is climate resilience rather than necessarily the nature-based solutions, so that could then go into the policy. So the outcome is we want development that both minimises greenhouse gases but increases resilience for our communities, and then the policy would be to look at opportunities for nature-based solutions as part of the consenting framework.
Looking at MCZ 02, the suggested amendment, the last four, urban environment that's resilient and adapts to the effects of climate change. Is it and adapts, or is able to adapt?
Yes, that would be better wording.
further down, HRZ01, urban environment that's ecologically robust. What does that mean?
It's probably not the best wording. Again, these were done to try and assist the panel in the direction that we were seeking. So probably wordsmithing that.
Well, it's an objective. So what's the outcome that you're trying to get in that case?
Well, I think again we're looking for a resilient urban environment, one that also supports natural systems. So I guess that's where we were heading with the ecologically robust. So recognising that interplay between resilience for people, but also supporting nature and the environment as well.
And the next one, NCZ02, is ecologically resilient. How real is that in a small shopping centre zone?
Well, I guess again we're looking for what are the opportunities, and I think that's it. I mean, I think the wording here, as you're pointing out, could do with wordsmithing. It was put together to provide sort of an indication of the direction, but at the scale of a neighbourhood centre zone, you could be looking at how can we incorporate nature into this zone. So I would suggest at the scale you'd be looking at street trees, as pointed out in the Parliamentary Commission's report. It makes a huge difference to pavement heat. Having a number of canopy trees also brings nature into the urban centre, and I would suggest we'd be looking to try and promote indigenous vegetation at the same time. And I think that's one of the beauties of nature-based solutions, is they have multiple outcomes. So as well as providing resilience for people, they also are looking at providing improved outcomes for nature.
Going on to RESZP8, number 8, sub policy 8. So so it could be demonstrated as relevant that an increase in impervious would be appropriately mitigated. I suppose it's the would be that I'm interested in.
We could change that to is.
And how do you determine whether the mitigation is appropriate?
I think Mr. Frank will be able to assist with that. He's done some really interesting work to show if you've got an increase in impervious surface through a development, then what you can actually do to mitigate that using things like rain gardens and other water sensitive urban design principles. So again, the wording here was drafted rapidly in a quest to support the panel in understanding what Greater Wellington was requesting. As I say, Mr. Frank will address that sort of question in his evidence.
Okay, well, we'll talk to Mr. Farron about that. Commissioner Sinclair, do you have any questions of his guest?
Thank you, Ms. Guest. My questions just relate to Appendix 1, which I thought was useful. In the right-hand column, and used wording like below are some objectives in variation 1 that could be amended, was suggested drafting overline, and that's for the objectives, and you have similar comments on the third page, include policies, rules and standards, and Greater Wellington provided some examples of drafting and identified specific provisions. Were these suggestions provided as part of the original submission, or are they provided as part of your evidence?
They're provided as part of my evidence in response to the Section 42 officer who his comments in rejecting all of our submission points offered Greater Wellington the opportunity to provide more clarity. So I've taken the opportunity.
Okay, thank you. And the blue wording, the blue is just for hyperlinks for definitions and
Yes,
that sort of thing.
that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Guest. We should hear from Mr. Farrell.
Yeah, kia ora, thank you. So my evidence really was around providing a bit of high level, I guess, support and overview of the issues relating to nature-based solutions and how those might translate into what's done on the ground, but also the risks if that's not done. So I cover off a couple of the risks and what we can expect to see under a business as usual type approach, but also pose a few opportunities of what the integration nature-based solutions may look like. And I agree with Ms. Guest that the term nature-based solutions is somewhat of a fairly recent term. It is sort of a jargon was the word that Ms. Guest used, but it has increasingly been taken on internationally, even by the United Nations themselves, and internationally it's becoming, I guess, the collection of all of those previous terms, such as water-sensitive design and low-impact design and things. When we talk about climate change resilience, I think it's really important to expand beyond the issues that Dr. Dorr spoke about. So obviously, we're all pretty painfully aware of issues such as flooding and sea level rise and the impact that those will have on our communities. But when we look at the urban environment, it's actually those more subtle changes that are more significant. So Ms. Guest mentioned urban heat. Urban heat is increasingly seen around the world as a really significant driver of both human health impacts, but also ecological health impacts. And whilst here in Porirua, we may think that a bit of summer urban heat wouldn't go astray, the reality is that in 30 or 40 years, without appropriate responses, we will be seeing those human health impacts that are experienced overseas, and also even in parts of New Zealand already. The other thing is just the change in our daily climatic patterns or seasonal climatic patterns. So all of the modelling, whilst it's hard to pin down on a daily sort of time step, is predicting that we're likely to see longer periods without rainfall interspersed with short, sharp periods of sort of more tropical, if you like, downpours. This is really important to understand in terms of our urban environment, and particularly when we're talking about medium density and high density intensification of existing areas, because those changes in climatic patterns will result in significant changes within our waterways across the city, which will result in significant amounts of scour and undermining of those streams, and also sort of ecological collapse. And I noticed you brought up the term ecologically robust and I think resilient ecologies. That is around how an ecosystem can actually respond to the change within its catchment. And all indications and experience on the ground is that these changes are happening now and are significant. At the same time, we have an increasing community awareness around the social values that our environment plays within the city, but also the cultural values and a recognition that those cultural values are significant and are underpinned by a number of indigenous species and taonga species and mahinga kai and processes such as that. On top of that, we also obviously have things like the national policy statements and so forth that are driving that. So I guess in terms of nature-based solutions and where they fit into the place, they are not just a single solution. Nature-based solutions are a combination of not only systems where we actually utilise natural processes, but also systems where we mimic natural processes. So it's really about having an urban form and urban development that actually replicates what would happen in the natural system and therefore provides that ecological resilience that was mentioned earlier. Currently, under the business as usual type scenario, we're seeing lots or collections of small lots in these areas which are subject to intensification, having obviously more dwellings put on them. Those increase the amount of impervious land cover, which is directly what relates to the ongoing decline in our streams, and also the changes in the urban environment in terms of urban heat and things. The chair mentioned the situation with your small shopping complex, for instance. The same thing could be extrapolated out to a small, medium or high density residential area. And it's really important to understand that but unlike things like built form and shading and so forth, the impacts on the ecology and then the wider society beyond that go beyond that development site. So what we do in that small shopping area or what we do in that medium density area will have wide implications within its catchment and ultimately into the harbour and all of the communities that rely on that for their mental health and well-being. So under a business as usual scenario, we can expect to see a continuation of the decline in our streams and a rapid acceleration in that decline, a continued loss of Indigenous biodiversity in our streams, and that will continue, and an increasing disconnect between the community and the natural environment, which is a pretty defining feature of Porirua as a city. There was mention made to hydraulic neutrality, and I note that you have provisions in there around hydraulic neutrality. It's really important to emphasise that has got nothing to do with ecological health and ecological protection. That is a different way of saying peak flow management, which has been done by councils for many decades across New Zealand, and is often misunderstood in these processes as providing some form of innovative environmental protection, when really it is actually just a fairly standard approach to flood management, which is obviously important but does not provide the ecological outcomes. So when we think about opportunities and potentially things that really need to be addressed within these MDRS areas, I think it's really important to think about the outcome that we're seeking rather than solution. And so when we talk about outcome, we're talking about measures to mimic natural flow patterns. These can be achieved through things like green roofs or rainwater reuse tanks and rain gardens and the likes. But what any rule should be trying to achieve is actually the outcome, which is matching that flow. Similarly, with canopy cover and Indigenous biodiversity, it's around really trying to have an outcome. So it's around ensuring that the urban heat and the urban amenity and the Indigenous biodiversity within our built areas is supported. How that's supported can again be achieved through multiple mechanisms. The important thing to recognise here too is that we're talking about potentially a lot of small disparate sections or groupings of sections and those being developed in isolation. So therefore, a lot of the rules and the consenting pathways that are traditionally captured through resource consenting often don't apply. And so we do see that these small developments, which on the face of it may look relatively insignificant, in the big picture and when they proliferate as we're expecting them to do in line with the NPSUD, the combined cumulative outcome of that will be significant and ongoing adverse impacts. So I think that's probably covers off really what I was wanting to talk, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Two questions, Mr. Farron. Or three actually. First of all, two in relation to paragraph 22. Presumably in the second line that should be 20 to 100%. Do you mean 20 to 10?
No, 20 to 10.
Oh, yeah.
So that's between a 5-year return interval and a 10-year return interval, which is the size that we typically design our pipes to carry.
And in the second to last line, there's an acronym, OL.
Oh, sorry.
What is that?
Sorry, I should have clarified that. So that's overland flow paths, which is where once those pipes are overwhelmed, it's where the water flows within the landscape, as we saw in the recent events in Auckland.
And the last question is more a policy-based issue. Paragraph 40, you say that functional requirements may be triggered by a change in land use or development at a range of scales that in many cases will not trigger regional consents or oversight. The question is, well, given the function of the regional council, shouldn't they trigger regional consents or oversight?
Yeah, look, I'm not a planner and perhaps not the best person to answer that, but I do know as a practitioner that there are many small developments that fall under the oversight of the city council and Wellington Water as their agent, and do not have that same level of I don't know whether scrutiny is the right word, but they're not governed by the regional council consenting, and that is something that's been looked at in variation 1 at the moment, I understand, in terms of the thresholds. But at the moment, if a development is less than 3,000 square metres and doesn't trigger an earthworks consent, which through the earthworks consent covers what's referred to as operative stormwater management, then really it's under the radar of the regional council.
Commissioner Sinclair, did you have any questions of Mr. Farrant? No. Mr. Williams?
Thank you, Mr. Farrant, and lots of very interesting examples that you've quoted there. I just noticed that when you talked to your evidence, that you focused mainly on MRDS rather than medium density, for example. Is that the focus for these, for the urban-based solution, for natural-based solutions?
No. I think scalability and doing things at scale applies across the board. Some of the examples that are in there do refer to situations that are at a larger catchment scale, and I guess Te Kukuatoa, the wetland down the road, is a good example of that. But equally, when we're talking about intensification and the medium and high density zones, the same principles can apply and actually need to apply more. In situations such as large greenfield developments, it's quite easy to, at the start of it, approach things from a whole of landscape scale and come up with solutions. But as I said, often the smaller developments lack that rigour and go through, but the implications of that, given the expectations that we're going to see a lot more intensification over the coming years and decades, will be profound on the environment and the community as a result of that.
Yeah, and I just noticed in paragraph 47, you've got the inclusion of clear policy rules and means of compliance relating to NBSs and the district plans as an important consideration. And I suppose what we as a panel are grappling with is Ms. Guest has given us some sort of direction for policy and rules, but the means of compliance is that I would imagine the devil's in the detail.
Yeah, look, it is, and I guess just referring back to that hydraulic neutrality question, which I know is slightly off topic here, but that demonstrates some changes that have happened in the Wellington region and Porirua region over recent years, where through working with Wellington Water, they've developed a means of compliance. So every new developer doesn't have to go through an extensive analysis process. There's a sort of an off-the-shelf, we'll get the tick kind of approach, but it doesn't rule out being more innovative and doing other things as well. And so that's carried through into the plan. I forget the name of the provisions that are in there, but it specifically refers to that means of compliance or alternatives if a particular developer wants to.
I mean, that's a great example, but you cover a huge range of mechanisms, if you like, and attitudes, and that's part of the difficulty of how they can be somehow embedded into the plan. I mean, again, Ms. Guest suggested some of the design guides provide a vehicle, and I don't know if you have had any experience in that.
Yeah, well, design guides or technical guides are a critical part. I know that there's challenges with directly referencing those in plans because they can be subject to change. But I think through working collaboratively with the likes of Wellington Water, there's an opportunity and quite a clear pathway, if you like, for Porirua City Council to come up with agreed mechanisms that meet those objectives that could be specified, such as flow and canopy cover, and the other term which I didn't reference, which is internationally often referred to as effective imperviousness. So we often see in plans quite clear, quantified requirements around the level of imperviousness. But if you have impervious surfaces such as roofs, which have then been managed appropriately through rainwater tanks or green roofs and things, then those are effectively pervious areas from a wider sort of system perspective.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Farrand, I just wanted to pick up on that. I know it's a little bit off-piste, but the submitted before you was the Pahatanui Guardians, and I don't know if you heard Mr. Gow speaking?
No, I didn't know.
No, and he just lamented the fact that intensification is going to result in an increase in impervious surfaces and impervious levels on sites, and he was concerned that that would result in more stormwater and more contaminants going into the inlet. Now, I noted your comments before about hydraulic neutrality really being separate to these nature-based solutions, but do you think that hydraulic neutrality could become a limiting factor in implementing intensifications, even though it's not necessarily identified as a qualifying matter, that ultimately these sort of levels of intensification under MDRS in particular might mean that hydraulic neutrality just couldn't be achieved on a site or sites?
No, I mean hydraulic neutrality is fairly straightforward.
Yes.
If we take out the discussions around development within floodplains and things, if your site is not subject to flooding and you're just trying to match a pre-development peak flow, it's
Yes.
fairly straightforward. It's just a big empty tank that fills up and releases slower than the rain's falling out of the sky.
But if the site's subject to some level of flooding, even a low level?
Look, no, I mean, I think it's quite a separate issue, and there's a lot of confusion around hydraulic neutrality and what it does, and the term itself is a bit of a misnomer, which doesn't help the situation. But it is technically quite simple. In saying that, I think that there's actually opportunities to work in a more sort of integrated manner with urban design and things, and provide more of that in the landscape,
Yes.
particularly at a greenfield scale. But that's probably a discussion for another day. And,
Yes.
and
But
B,
if
going
those
further
sort of
first.
micro modifications can't be achieved, then it presumably goes to the density that's been proposed on a given site, and whether it's too great to achieve neutrality or not.
Yeah, I mean, even if you went to parking the nature-based solutions discussion,
Yep.
even if you went from greenfield to 100% impervious, if you were to put a huge tank in your basement and manage it appropriately, that in theory could work. I'm not saying that's a good outcome at all.
Okay.
But yeah, that's there. If we look internationally, technology's been deployed more and more frequently in this space with smart tanks that actually provide that ecological resilience, that reuse of water at a household scale, as well as that flood protection. So
Okay.
this is not new territory. This is done routinely across New Zealand and the world.
Okay. Interesting. Thank you.
Kia ora, Mr. Parent. Ngā mihi nui ki a koe o te rā ki a koutou katoa. You mentioned the importance of cultural values, and I was just wondering whether in the regional council's consideration of nature-based solutions and how they might be embedded in the plan, whether any consideration had been given to the potential impacts of urban intensification on the ability of Māori here in Porirua, Ngāti Toa, to express their cultural and traditional norms from a nature-based solution point of view.
Yeah, look, I'm perhaps not the right person to answer that, but the comments that I put in there around cultural values and things really stem from things such as mahinga kai, te mana o te wai, and the ability for those systems to support the indigenous biodiversity that then feeds into that, and the mana and the mauri of the streams themselves. So I do only come at it from a technical perspective, what I know from a technical experience and lens in terms of what measures can be taken to ensure that development supports a healthy and robust environment, which then lines more with my understanding of what the cultural values that are sought and things.
So there are no, you don't have any specific concerns around provisions in the plan in terms of ensuring that those cultural outcomes are met.
I'm to be perfectly honest, I'm unfamiliar at that level to really comment on that, but I'd
Sure.
I think that they go hand in
Hand in
hand.
hand,
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I think that's us, Mr. Farrant.
Thank you.
Mr. Hickman, where are you at with change one? What's your timeframes?
Thank you, Chair. So because the process is run by a third party in terms of the freshwater side of things, we're waiting for the Chief Freshwater Commissioner to form the panel. It's very close. We have all the panel lined up, but we're just waiting for the final tick from the judge. And when that happens, we're looking at starting hearings the beginning of June. At the same time, we are putting together terms of reference and panel members for I call it a standard Schedule 1 panel, which will be the non-freshwater matters that are contained within RPS Change 1. And the idea we're toying around with at the moment is having the panels hearing everything together, so they hear matters together. And that's particularly important in terms of the first hearing stream, which will most likely be some legal matters and some procedural matters, and in particular the hot topic of, is this a freshwater provision or not? And then which pot that goes in, which is why we want that discussion to happen with both.
Yes, we've got one of those that the Commissioner beside me and I are grappling with at the moment. But yes,
Yep.
as you say, a hot topic.
Yep. So the problems are similar in terms of the identification and the freshwater side of things. We'll chop the hearings up into hearing streams, which we've done previously. There'll probably be 5 or 6 of them. As I say, the first one will be the big one in terms of procedural matters and what sits where. And then hearings going through for the rest of the year and into early next year. And at the same time, we will be notifying a change to the regional plan in August this year. That will be the first tranche of the FITO implementation, which will include Porirua. So it'll include target attribute states and the full suite of MPSFM obligations. So that will start that process, with then a final set of changes December 2024 for another change to the RPS and another change to the regional plan to be fully compliant with the MPSFM.
Can you just delay that notification of the plan change to the regional plan until we get our decisions out?
We'll see what we can do.
Ignore that comment.
And on the first point regarding the Ngāti Toa submission point, we'll go back, discuss internally. It's a complex submission point for us, which is why we're loath to provide an answer on the fly. And there's a number of conversations to have internally as well on the issue.
Understand the complexity. You'll understand we need an answer. We need to know where you're at. Well, I was going to say immediately, if not sooner, but certainly the close of Thursday. So I think that's the helpful information, Mr. Hickman. Thank you for that. Ms. Manahara, I think that's it from us. Thank you to you and the Regional Council team for attending.
Thank you.
Had an interesting discussion. A few things to ponder.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Our food stuff's coming in online.
Yeah.
Yes. Right now. Ms. Key, I presume.
Yes. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Can you hear us?
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Key. We have your pre-circulated evidence. Is there anything you particularly want to highlight before we ask you a few questions about it?
I'll just touch on a few points. I just want to say that, yeah, generally pretty supportive of the PDP. I think out of all our submission points, we've had 27 which have effectively been agreed to, 2 that have been partly agreed to and 5 not. So, you know, we've whittled that down quite significantly, which is great. And then, yeah, I've highlighted in the evidence where we've supported things in the 42A report. And then there's also been some further movement, I guess, in the supplementary evidence as well, which we support as well. I think there was some changes, some updates to the changes on the permissibility of supermarkets in the commercial zones. The only points, I guess, that we've still got that I see that is still outstanding from my evidence is in the neighbourhood centre zone. I see that that's proposed to be retained at, I think it's 200 square metres for permitted. And just as highlighted in my evidence, you don't get supermarkets that are 200 square metres in size. It's more like a very small dairy, I guess. So the request there is for it to be pushed up to 450 square metres. Again, that would be just a small 4 square, but it sort of seems strange to have a neighbourhood centre zone which you want to promote commercial activities that service that local community, but you can't, build a really small 4 square supermarket in that without consent. It would just trigger consent every time. That just means that foodstuffs, particularly with those 4 squares, is they like to get them up and running quite quickly, and sometimes it can involve quite a process getting consent. So we certainly wouldn't want larger supermarkets than that, and fully understand the rationale why supermarkets, we don't want them, but larger supermarkets competing with the other centre zones. Just asking, I think in my evidence that we included some sizes of those 4 squares, so that just gives you an understanding of those sizes of the 4 squares. They tend to be, nowadays, they are getting a bit larger, and they might trip over that 450 anyway, but just the 200, this just doesn't happen at 200. By the time you add up all the stock area, that's just a tiny floor space. And then the other one was going to the Whitby shopping centre, the Discovery Drive, and yeah, noting that to remove with the active street frontage, it's just the building line control, not the primary frontage. So yeah, definitely support that. The only, I guess, thing that I just feel, I heard your question to Mr. Racklin on this topic, and he said, the purpose is to ensure that the future building state where buildings will front the public realm. But I just feel like it's been missed here that this is almost like a rare site. It has a really small street frontage, which is basically the vehicle entrance and exit and the loading entrance and exit. There's not really any ability to build to the front street on this site. Fully support, active street frontages in appropriate locations, but it just seems an odd one to have on this one where you've got a centre, a number of shops it's been, it's only 10 years old. It's been recently developed, and it would seem unlikely that anything's ever going to be built to the street, because you need to get access to all those car parks and to provide loading. So it just means that every time someone in those group of shops, if they want to do a consent for something, they'll be triggering that standard, and they'll be infringing it each time. Whereas maybe they might want to do some work that would, other than that, it wouldn't require consent. So it just seems like an odd thing to have over the site. Or failing that, I had another thought that if that was retained in that standard, in the local centre zone standard 4.2, there was an exception to that standard, and it talks about how the standard doesn't apply to existing service stations. So I'm not sure when that came in, but that was obviously considered the existing service stations are a bit unique. But whether it could be added in there and existing vehicle accesses or something like that could then, would then ensure that that access remains if there's an existing access. It was, I don't know, just something I thought that could be added instead. Other than that, sorry, let me just check my notes. There was also, it wasn't touched on in the supplementary evidence that I can see. So on my submission points, 122.9 and 122.10, sorry, 22.9, stick with that one. In that objective, it's making reference there in the objective, in the neighbourhood centre zone objective 2, it talks about it being consistent with the planned urban built form of the residential neighbourhood. And it just seemed strange to be requiring a commercial zone to be a built form as a residential built form, which has, setbacks from the street, coverage rules. It really should be, it acknowledge that it should be consistent with the planned urban built form, but it should be the urban built form of a commercial zone, not of a residential neighbourhood. So that one wasn't addressed in the supplementary evidence or the 42A report. So I'm not quite sure whether that one's just been forgotten about or dropped off there, but it seemed like it hasn't been addressed. And the one final point was about the parking, location of parking in metropolitan zone, and that the submission had asked for the parking not to be located, or to take out that point about ground level parking not being located at the rear. I can fully understand the reason for that standard, but when you look back, I guess, at the objective that relates to that, so, sorry, that's objective. So the metropolitan zone, policy, I should say, policy number 9, it makes specific reference to the ground level parking not being located along a primary frontage. And so I'd just point out that in the metropolitan zone, the majority of those sites do have active street frontages, and perhaps it would make more sense to say in that standard that any ground level parking must not be located along an active street frontage as identified in the planning maps, and then that would pick up that policy 9. And then it just allows a bit more flexibility, I guess, to consider that, because obviously there are situations where it might not be at the you've got corner sites and things. I can understand where it needs to be assessed, but it just needs to be not such a blanket kind of. I can just see, having worked at councils for many years, the council planners taking quite a hardline approach on that when it needs to be more related to the objective or the policy, that it relates to. So yeah, those are all the kind of the main points. But other than that, we're really happy with the way the plan is shaped up and how all the rules in the commercial zones are now all largely consistent with each other, which is great.
Question for you, Ms. Key, about the urban built form. I wasn't sure. You've shifted that objective. It's at 7.1.2. Shifted it to scale and intensity
Yes.
of the planned urban built environment.
Yes.
So the significant point you're saying is that it shouldn't be consistent, need to be consistent with the residential neighbourhood, or the.
Correct.
But presumably, the surrounding planned urban built environment, if you're dealing with a neighbourhood centre, the surrounding planned urban built environment is the surrounding residential neighbourhood. So,
But you could have other buildings in that centre as well, so it's disregarding those other commercial uses. You might be part of a parade of shops and you might be the middle one. Why would you then be the same as the residential beyond that and not your neighbouring site?
thank you.
So I guess the commercial use ones as well have, glazing rules and things like that as well, which residential don't. So just seemed, then you could just have a front door and not a proper street frontage. You could argue if you were basing it on that objective, which is, I'm sure, not the outcome that council wants.
Okay, and talking about functional and operational needs, I seem to recall that they're defined terms. Are you using them in the sense defined?
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner St Clair, any questions?
Thank you, Ms Key. Sorry, did you prepare the submission on behalf of Foodstuffs?
Not the original submission, but the evidence, yes. I think the original submission was, quite old.
Okay, thank you. Paragraph 2.1, you refer to the Environment Court's Practice Note 2014. Is that the latest one you're aware of? Page 2.
Yep. 2. Sorry, it's just a cut and paste from previous evidence.
Sorry, what should it say?
You don't know what the latest date is, sorry.
In terms of the planning maps, and this is the figure 1 on page 5, the entranceway, from the road back to the entrance to the car park there, that's private road, is it?
No, it's not.
Is it public road?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So it's public road up to the point that the blue line is there. It's actually, okay, right, thank you.
Yeah, that was it sort of functions like a private road, but I did check it as public.
On page 9, the change to NCZ02 and the inclusion of the height variation control. The second part, which is the the policy NCZPX, that one.
Yes.
Was that referred? I couldn't find that in the submission. Could you help me out where that is?
Well, that was we didn't do a submission on variation 1, so things have obviously changed since our original submission.
So
That was just noting that there's in the neighbourhood just seemed like an anomaly that there are sites. Well, I know of the Foursquare site and that does have an increased height, and that is in the neighbourhood centre zone. But that obviously came in variation 1, so we didn't submit on that.
So are you relying on a submission that you put to the original proposed plan?
Basically, yes.
So what submission point is that?
1.229. Where we're talking about the objectives and policies in the neighbourhood centre zone. Appreciate if it's not in scope, it's not in scope. I just thought it was an error in the plan.
Could you, the building rules in section 9, page 15, and going over to 16, in 9.3, so could you just, I couldn't follow that, could you just take me through that, please?
I'm pretty sure this has all been addressed now in the supplementary evidence. Sorry, let me just cross-check. Submission point 12. Yes, that's been amended as part of variation. Centre rules are now consistent with each other. Yeah, no, that submission point has been addressed. I'll disregard that one.
So,
And
sorry, what do you mean that it, sorry, sorry, how has it been addressed?
So amend restricted discretionary status and structures to be consistent with designs. So we're happy now that the design, happy now that they're all consistent between each other, the activity status.
Thank you.
Yeah, we weren't seeking the removal of the threshold. I think it was just there was a misinterpretation in the section 42A report, but the variation 1 has addressed what the original submission sought, so we had no further concern with that.
And then finally, in our minute 2, we set out the requirement for planning evidence to include a section 32AA evaluation. Is that here or is it?
I didn't see that minute, sorry. Yeah, I've had to pick this up and someone else has left, so
Okay,
apologies.
thank you.
Any more commissioners? Thank you very much, Ms. Key, for your input. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
We will talk to them. Okay. Hello.
Good afternoon.
Greetings. Thank you. We have legal submissions and a brief of planning evidence. The first thing is, given we're running a little late, how long do you think you're going to take?
Thank you, sir. Depending on the questions you have, Kira really only has this one issue around setbacks and the proposed width from 1.5 to 5 metres. So from what Michelle and I were going to present, I would have expected sort of 5 to 10 minutes of us speaking, and really is just a summary of the evidence and legal submissions that had been pre-circulated. So I guess depending on the number of questions you have, I would expect it to be fairly short.
Okay, well, I think that we'll proceed because you're the last submitter we have for the day.
Oh, fantastic.
We do have one or two other things to do. The other thing to bear in mind is that we have heard Ms. Grinland and Hancock on this issue before, so this is not an entirely new issue. So you can assume a basic level of understanding of where Kiwi Rail is coming from, and really it's to highlight, well, what is the difference that variation 1 is making that alters the case that we heard in Stream 4.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So I will keep my remarks very brief, and then I will hand over to Ms. Grinland and Hancock. But I think, you as you've indicated, you will be aware that setbacks are used as a planning tool, and the key kind of concern for Kiwi Rail is safety of adjoining properties, but also safety of rail users and that rail operation and efficiency. And I guess to the point about what the difference is here is that variation 1 obviously enables much higher buildings than we're currently permitted as of right, potentially up to 12 metres, and also that kind of key context in the RMA Amendment Act allowing for this safe and efficient operation of nationally significant infrastructure, of which the rail network falls into that category. So. I think key points for me is, Michelle will look at the width of 5 metres, but the setback is there as a safety planning tool. It increases safety for users and it increases efficiency of rail operations. So I'll hand over to Ms. Grinland and Hancock. And I think actually, sorry, before I do, just to flag, I don't know if you were able to receive the additional memorandum of counsel, which was filed last night, just with a diagram, which we thought might be helpful to sort of illustrate the I guess building and plant and scaffolding sort of interrelationship, and just give some idea of what that looks like in a basic diagram.
Yes, we were able to look at your diagram. Thank you. I have one question of you as counsel before you hand over to Ms. Grinland and Hancock, and that's really the evidential basis for your submission. Ms. Grinland and Hancock is planner, as I understand it, and so the question is whether she has the technical expertise to provide evidence on these safety issues.
Yeah, Ms. Grinland and Hancock's background is in planning. She has also worked for Kiwi Rail for a number of years and has seen the rail operation and efficiency. In preparing this diagram, we did receive input from a health and safety consultant who was unfortunately not able to join us today. But yes, Ms. Grinland and Hancock is giving evidence from a planning perspective.
Okay, we'd better hear from her then.
Thank you, Commissioners. Look, we have spoken on this topic before, and I'm not going to go back through what we have already talked about. I guess the one additional point, in terms of the additional demand that we are anticipating on the rail network, Kiwi Rail is also involved in the Wellington Future Development Strategy work package, currently looking at the multi-criteria analysis of where some of those, the locations of some of those additional areas of development are going to be. Keeping it short and really just, the differences. This variation does allow for 3-storey buildings quite close to the rail corridor, predominantly in Mana and Porirua Bay. And I'll just share, I just thought I would talk through the diagram a little bit. I can share that on screen, or if you've got it in front of you.
We've got it in front of us, so you can just talk to it, I think.
Okay. So the independent multi-bay scaffold diagram is really about scaffold that can extend for the full extent of a building facade, and may be able to attach directly to the building, or may be able to use an adjacent building for stabilisation. So hence why the support structure is in grey, because it may or may not need an outrigger. The tower scaffold with an outrigger is a diagram that we have had looked at and prepared on the basis that this is the type of scaffold that is likely to be hired or potentially purchased by somebody doing renovations. And you'll recall from the conversations that have been had previously is that KiwiRail has asked for the setback from a planning perspective to ensure that people can maintain their buildings without needing to go onto the rail corridor, because that has a whole number of processes attached to it that we don't consider that residential owners should necessarily need to go through, that they should be able to maintain their buildings without needing somebody else's property to do that. And we read the comments by the reporting officer that he considers 1.5 metres is sufficient to be able to do that. But we really wanted to demonstrate it. The reason that KiwiRail has been asking and continues to ask for 5 metres. So generally you end up with a small gap between the scaffold and the building, because obviously you need a wee bit of space to be able to do things. What I understand from our expert who's been looking at this is that based on experience, scaffold is generally between 1.2 to 1.5 metres in depth. There are variables to that, and then it comes back to the WorkSafe guidelines for how scaffold should be safely put up. So we really just wanted to provide a schematic for the reason behind the 5.
Thank you. Obviously, I understand that you're interested is that of KiwiRail with an adjacent. But on the face of it, this issue would apply to every residential boundary where someone has to put a scaffolding in the side yard, and if they can't fit the scaffolding in the side yard, they need to encroach over the boundary.
That is true, but in relation to the KiwiRail situation, what is over the boundary is moving trains, and it is other infrastructure that has a higher degree of danger in many respects attached to it than just going into the next door neighbouring residential property.
But ultimately, because this arises, no one has a right to encroach on their neighbour's land. So in every other situation, that's the owner's problem. That if there's not enough room for scaffolding, then they have to find to put scaffolding in the side yard, and the neighbour says no, as in this case Kiwi Rail would be perfectly able to do, then the owner's left scratching their head and having to do something else. I don't know what that something else is, but as I say, because Kiwi Rail is the owner of the land next door, it can say this far and no further. So, and that's then the owner's problem. It's not Kiwi Rail's problem. You're perfectly entitled to stand on your property rights and say this far and no further.
And we do that on occasion. The other thing is that people tend not to think. People think of the Kiwi Rail corridor as sometimes vacant land. They also consider that there is a train that they perceive comes at a specific time every day, but it may not come at that, and they may think, oh, well, the train only comes at this day, so I can do that. And in many respects, it's treated, even though it's not, as public land. And that is a perception thing that Kiwi Rail works very hard to change, but is definitely a work in progress.
Yeah, and I think from our perspective, sort of either requiring landowners to try and seek permission from Kiwi Rail that Kiwi Rail may accept or may reject, but requiring landowners to go through that process, or landowners encroaching and trespassing on the corridor and requiring Kiwi Rail to take enforcement action, is not providing for a situation which landowners need to maintain their buildings. They need to do that with some regularity, and it would be, appropriate planning provisions in our submission to allow for that in the plan. So to ensure that that interface between an operational rail corridor with moving trains with electrified lines that doesn't impinge on the safety of those residents or the safety of the people who are using the tracks.
I suppose the point that's exercising me is, well, why isn't the side yard and 5 metres from every boundary? The logic of, if your argument holds true, then the logic would be true for every boundary, and all side yards should be 5 metres.
I think so. With the adjoining landowners, they can make arrangements between those two residential or commercial or those kind of uses of landowners to encroach into that property at an appropriate time. The problem with doing that into a rail corridor is the much more serious consequence and high risk of doing that. And there, as Michelle said, there seems to be a perception that this is public land and people don't need to seek permission, and they do it without any sort of appropriate permissions or parameters. Whereas for third-party property, that kind of permission aspect is much more ingrained in people's brains in terms of it being something that would be a trespass.
Okay, I understand. Ma'am, any questions? Go this way. Thank you very much, both ladies. I think, as we've heard the argument before, I think we understand where you're coming from, and we need to ponder it further. So we'll say farewell.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. And we will adjourn until 9 AM tomorrow to hear Silverwood.